Chapter 14. "Are you sure you want to let him go?" Cradling Thumper in her arms, Grace nudged the sliding door open with her shoulder. Anna moved past the teen onto the patio. "Yes, he's old enough to survive on his own. I should have set him free a week ago, but I got pretty attached to him, despite all the mischief he caused." She stroked his soft fur as Grace drew up beside her. "Love can survive setbacks, you know." It was a gamble to introduce such a sensitive subject, but the girl needed to talk to someone. Burying her nose in a book in the corner of the living room, as she'd done for the past 3 days, wasn't going to solve her problems. Ignoring the overture, Grace nestled the rabbit closer. "Where do you want me to put him?" "At the end of the yard. He'll find some friends in the woods beyond, I expect. I'll walk back with you, but let's take it slow. I don't want to fall again." Anna shortened her steps to buy the two of them a few extra minutes together. Once they got back inside the house, the taciturn girl would no doubt retreat to her book until summoned for another chore. After several attempts to engage her in conversation produced monosyllable responses, Anna fell silent until they reached the end of the yard. "You can set him down over there." She pointed to a bush at the end of the property. "We'll wait here until he gets acclimated." Grace did as instructed, then returned to her side. A full minute of silence ticked by while the rabbit remained motionless. "Why isn't he moving?" Grace picked at her peeling nail polish. "I expect he's scared. This is strange new territory for him." "Yeah," she sighed. "New stuff can be scary." Anna peeked at the teen. Her face was scrunched up, like she was trying not to cry. Half a minute later, Thumper lifted his nose, surveyed his surroundings, and took a tentative hop. "That's a positive sign." Anna cupped her elbow, taking some of the weight of the sling off her neck. "Once he gets a feel for his surroundings and knows what to expect, he'll be fine." He took another hop, another. Finally, he squeezed through the fence and scampered off into the woods without a backward glance. "Well, that's that." Anna watched him disappear. "I'll miss that little guy, though." "Then why didn't you keep him?" Grace turned, the only evidence of her almost meltdown a faint shimmer in her eyes. "You can't nurture and protect little creatures forever. At some point, you have to set them free and hope they don't get into trouble." A principle as applicable to children as animals. And perhaps Grace would pick up her double meaning. The teen fell in beside her as she walked back toward the house, but the girl didn't speak until they were nearing the patio. "How come you haven't asked me anything about anything?" Anna stopped at the table and motioned to the chairs. "Let's sit a minute." The girl's shoulders stiffened. "Are you going to lecture me like my mom and dad did?" "No." Anna claimed one of the chairs. "I want to enjoy this sunshine and rest a bit." Grace gave her a wary look. "You aren't going to ask me about what happened?" "No, but if you want to talk about it, I'd be happy to listen." She lowered herself onto the edge of the other chair. "You already heard the story." "Not from you." "My point of view doesn't seem to matter." Instead of anger or defiance, her choked response held a world of hurt and sadness. Despite the girl's bad choices, Anna's heart contracted. What a predicament to be in at that age, no matter the reason. "It does to me." The girl slumped forward and fiddled with one of the cords on her hoodie. "I'm not a bad person, no matter what my mom and dad think." Tears mottled her words. "Did they say you were?" "They didn't have to. I could see it in their faces when I broke the news. I knew they'd be upset, but Mom, she looked like someone had died. And Dad was..." She swallowed. "He went ballistic. Started ranting and raving and pacing around the room, and he kept looking at me like he couldn't believe I was his daughter. I felt so ashamed." Her voice quavered, and she scrubbed at her eyes. I mean, I always tried to make them proud of me, you know? Back home, I got good grades and was on the debate team and worked as a junior lifeguard, and now one stupid mistake has ruined everything. Nothing will ever be the same again. That was true, but it didn't mean the Lewises couldn't still be a family. Grace. Anna waited until the teen met her gaze. You're right. What happened will change your family forever, but it doesn't have to destroy it. As long as the three of you stick together, you can survive this. Of course, your mom and dad are upset. Any parent would be. But that doesn't mean they don't love you. If they didn't care, they wouldn't be trying so hard to keep things from getting out of hand. They understand that once that happens, there's no going back. Or the mother did anyway. And sometimes a single voice of reason was enough to avert disaster. A tear hovered on the edge of the girl's lash. I don't really want to run away. What do you want to do? I'm not sure, but I don't want to have an abortion. Anna frowned. Did someone suggest that? My boyfriend. But two wrongs don't make a right, you know? Even though that would be the easiest solution. Did you tell this to your parents? No. We were all yelling. No one was listening to anybody. Anna sighed. Been there, done that. And when no one listened, things could degenerate quickly. So what would you like to do with the baby? More lip-biting. I'm not ready to be a mother. I was hoping maybe someone could adopt it. A reputable agency wouldn't have any difficulty finding your baby a loving home. There are many fine couples out there desperate to create a family. That's what I thought, but fear flickered in her eyes. What am I supposed to do until the baby's born? I can't live at home the way things are. Anna cradled her arm, holding it close to her body. You'll need the support of people who love you during the next few months. Your decision to carry the baby is a courageous one, and I admire you for it. But there will be repercussions. Some people will judge you, others may snub you. There could be issues at school, too, and you'll still have to deal with the father. Your parents are best equipped to be your support system. Grace shook her head. No, I'll be an embarrassment to them. Maybe I could go away somewhere until afterward. Not the best idea. Running away wouldn't change the facts, and the physical distance between her and her parents could lead to an emotional distance they might never be able to bridge. But now wasn't the time to bring that up. It would be better if Grace and her parents arrived at that conclusion themselves. Anna opened and closed the fingers of her left hand, stiff from inactivity. I'll tell you what. Let's think about this for a few days. Between the two of us, we might come up with some ideas. How does that sound? Okay, I guess. She twisted her hands in her lap. And thank you for not treating me like a slut. I know what I did was wrong, but I was lonely, and he understood, and we got carried away. She drew in a shuddering breath. Anyway, it helps to be around someone who's calm. It's easier to be calm if you don't have any personal involvement. Far easier. Why don't we sit here for a few minutes, then we'll run down to Charlie's and get some tacos for dinner. You have your driver's license, don't you? Grace's eyes widened. You mean you'd trust me to drive your car? Not really, but this girl could use a shot of confidence. If you pass the test, you must be capable. I am. I took driver's ed, and even Dad said he was impressed with how well I handled the car. I'll be real careful, too. The tension in her features eased a few notches. I'm sure you will. Now let's soak up this sun for a few minutes before we go to Charlie's. She let her eyelids droop, and the girl beside her fell silent. The sun did feel pleasant, but the solar heat wasn't responsible for the new warmth in her heart. For once in her life, she'd tamed her tendency to not only pass judgment, but vocalize it. Grace might have used poor judgment and made irresponsible choices, but the girl was also hurting and afraid. Her initial bravado, no more than an act. It was amazing how she'd opened up once she'd found someone who was willing to listen without condemning her. Anna filled her lungs with the fresh air, slowly let it out. Too bad she hadn't applied that tactic with John. How different the outcome might have been if she kept her opinion to herself and listened to him with an open mind. But if she couldn't go back and change her past, perhaps she could do her part to give this family a future. There would be no book reading on the patio for a while. Michael propped his shoulder against the back window in the annex. Anna and Grace were still sitting at the table, an intent discussion in progress. Interesting. What had happened since yesterday, when Anna had told him Grace spent her free time reading rather than talking to convince the girl to open up? Breaching the barrier the teen had erected between them would have required finesse and diplomacy, two traits he wouldn't have attributed to his landlady. The woman was full of surprises. He wandered back to the table and picked up his soda, wincing at the twinge in his shoulder. His full afternoon of weed eating yesterday had taken a toll, as Tracy had predicted. At least he was giving his sore muscles a rest today. She, by contrast, had probably been hard at it on the farm since sunup. After taking a swig from the can, he opened his laptop and checked his email. A note from his dad, one from his sister. He owed them both an update, based on his sister's "Earth to Michael" subject line. Several Helping Hands board members had responded to the final recommendations he'd sent yesterday, too, including both clergymen. No note from Tracy on his report, though given her crazy schedule, it was possible she hadn't had a chance to turn on her computer in the past 24 hours. Either that or she was brushing him off, like she had yesterday. He finished off his soda in a few long gulps and crushed the thin aluminum in his hand. Telling her about his mistakes with Julie had been a gamble. But it had been the honest thing to do, especially after he'd begun toying with the possibility of acting on the electricity that sparked to life whenever he was in her presence. The likelihood of that happening now, however, appeared to be remote. Tracy might not have exhibited any visible disgust at his negligence toward Julie and his marriage, but neither had she said a single word that suggested she understood or could forgive him. The hand she'd retracted hadn't been the only thing she'd withdrawn. Her next comment about changing jobs, offered in a casual, impersonal tone, had confirmed that. And who could blame her? Assuming she, too, might be persuaded to give romance another try, why would she want to get involved with a guy who couldn't keep his priorities straight? Who'd given faceless strangers precedence over the woman he'd loved? Who was way too obsessive about his work, to the detriment of every other aspect of his life? She was smart to ditch him. He didn't deserve her empathy or consideration. A knock sounded on his door, and he tossed the mangled can into the recycle bin as he passed. When he pulled it open, Grace stood on the other side. Michael scanned the yard over her shoulder, but the patio was empty now. "Hi," she gave him a shy smile. "Mrs. Williams told me it was your idea for me to stay with her, and I wanted to say thank you. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. She's been really great." Despite his own funk, he managed to coax up the corners of his lips. "I'm glad it worked out. How are you settling in?" "Fine. In fact, she just told me I could move my stuff into her son's room so I can have more privacy. I need to get back and haul it all in there before she changes her mind. But thanks again. She's a cool lady, even if she is old." As Grace hurried across the patio toward the sliding door, Michael stared after her. His suggestion that Grace use her son's room had gone over like a lead balloon. Yet the teen had softened her heart. Shutting the door, he shook his head. How about that? The town curmudgeon had a new friend. Except she wasn't the grouch her reputation had led everyone to believe. Not anymore, at any rate. Things seemed to be on the upswing for both Anna and her new helper. Must be nice. He picked up the high-stakes, high-action novel and paged through it. He had, another 50 pages to read? The most exciting part of the book, based on all the reviews. But who cared how fictional characters resolved their difficulties, when real life held much more compelling drama? He tossed the book onto the table and paced around the annex, doing his best to ignore the prods from his conscience as he thought about Tracy out at the farm, trying to keep all her balls in the air. Harbor Point cranberries wasn't his problem, after all. There was no reason to feel obligated to help just because he had strong arms and plenty of time on his hands while she spent her days racing against the clock. Hadn't one of his reasons for coming out here been to try to get his overactive guilt complex under control? To regain some perspective and accept that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fix everyone's problems? Yes and yes. He grabbed his jacket. A relaxing early evening walk on the beach. That's what he needed. And he would not think about Tracy. He'd focus on his future. Yet as he slipped through the door and locked it behind him, he had a feeling it was going to be difficult to think about his future without thinking of Tracy. Someone was knocking on her door. Bleary-eyed, Tracy looked up from her laptop. The room was dark now, except for the glow from her screen. No surprise, considering she'd eked out every last watt of fading daylight at the farm before calling it a night and heading home. Another knock sounded, and she peered at the time on the bottom of the screen. Who would come calling at 9 o'clock? Using the kitchen table for leverage, she pushed herself to her feet, patted across the cottage floor in her socks, and peeked through the peephole. Her heart stumbled. Michael! She took a rapid step back. Based on his cordial but cool parting yesterday at the farm, the ball for any further contact had appeared to be in her court. Not that she intended to lob it back. The peace-offering loaf of cranberry nut cake sitting on her kitchen table was only there on the unlikely chance she decided to reach out to him. A third knock sounded, and she jerked. Apparently, the decision had been taken out of her hands. Fingers trembling, she flipped the lock and opened the door. "Hi." One side of Michael's mouth lifted. "Am I interrupting anything?" "No, I was, reading over your helping hands recommendations. This is the first chance I had to get to it." "Hard day at the farm?" "Busy, anyway." A few seconds passed while she tried to think of something else to say, the silence broken only by the distant crash of the surf at the base of the bluff. He saved her the trouble. "I was taking an evening stroll on the beach. With the full moon, there was plenty of light, and the tide's out. I thought it might be relaxing before I turned in, although I slept like a log last night." "Fresh air and manual labor are a great cure for insomnia." "Then you must never have a problem falling asleep." She managed to hold on to her smile. Bees aside, working on the farm does have its benefits. If he noticed her evasive response, he gave no indication. "I got a feel for that yesterday. In any case, I decided to take the shortcut back to town over the bluff, and since I was passing by, I thought I'd stop in and say hello." He offered her another smile, this one more tentative, as if he, too, was questioning the wisdom of further contact and was second-guessing his decision. But now that he was inches away, her own analytical powers deserted her. How could she think straight when the light beside the front door was casting a golden glow over his strong-boned face, accentuating the end-of-day stubble on his firm jaw and deepening the blue of his irises to cobalt? Add in those worn but well-fitting jeans and hair tousled from the wind. Whew. The man radiated an almost illegal amount of testosterone. Tracy gripped the edge of the door to steady herself. She ought to send this two-legged temptation on his way, except this was her chance to make up for her pathetic response to his story yesterday. And she owed him that. She'd just have to ignore the little tingles buzzing through her nerve endings. "Would you like to, come in for a few minutes? I have soda or coffee. I brewed a fresh pot not long ago." He twisted his wrist and raised an eyebrow.
"A new pot of coffee at 9 o'clock?
"I'll be up a while yet. I've got a lot of work to do." He hesitated.
I should keep moving then. I don't want to delay your bedtime any longer than necessary."
"Actually, I wouldn't mind some company. Other than a quick bite with Nancy at lunch and a few visits from Shep and Ziggy, I've been by myself all day. I love those collies, but our conversations tend to be one-sided. Besides, as long as you're here, I'd, like to talk through a few of your helping hands recommendations." After studying her, he nodded.
"Okay, for a few minutes."
He followed her to the kitchen table, and she ushered him into the seat he'd occupied on his last visit. "Coffee or soda?"
"Decaf anything is fine."
He shrugged out of his windbreaker and tossed it on an empty chair. "Not coffee, then." She rummaged around in her refrigerator and found him a Sprite. "My brew is always the high-octane stuff." She rejoined him at the table and slid the soda toward him.
"Thanks."
He popped the top.
"So what would you like to discuss?"
"My dismal response yesterday to all the confidences you shared," she thought. Better to start with helping hands, however, and hope there'd be a natural opening to introduce more personal topics. She scrolled through the document he'd sent until she came to the recommendations section, scrambling to come up with questions. Since all of his suggestions were straightforward, there wasn't a whole lot of ambiguity that needed clarifying. "These ideas all have merit." Oh, think, Tracy, think. "So, if you were the one making the decision, which direction would you go?" He played with his soda can.
"I wouldn't want to prejudice a decision by offering my opinion. The board members are the ones who know the group and its dynamics best, and they're also the ones who will have to implement any changes. It should be a full board decision."
"I agree, but I'd still value your opinion. You have a lot more experience than all of us combined." He tapped a finger on the table, then folded his hands.
"As I noted in the report, Helping Hands is a victim of its own success. The growing demand is forcing you to stretch resources too thin. That will eventually lead to burnout and loss of volunteers, which will exacerbate the problem. The best way to maintain the level of service is to have a point person who can not only devote a lot more time to running the organization than any of the current board members can, but also develop and coordinate a broader network of resources. That would be my choice."
"You're talking about a paid staff member?"
"Yes."
"You saw our budget. There's no money for that."
"There could be, if fundraising was also part of this person's job. An initial commitment of dollars for salary would be required up front, but if you got the right person, the position should pay for itself after that."
Coming up with the seed money for the position is the issue. We could solicit from the two congregations, but it's much easier for people to volunteer services than cash. Times are tough for a lot of us, and I doubt we could recruit anyone for the job without guaranteeing salary for a year at minimum.
"True. That's why I included a number of other suggestions."
He finished off his soda. Tracy skimmed them again. Most involved restricting the scope of services and/or the population served, or simply turning away requests when the organization became overwhelmed. He'd also included a list of fundraising ideas, since the Helping Hands coffers were always running on fumes. None of these other ideas will get us where we want to be, though. Like Father Kevin said in the board meeting, how do you say no to people who ask for your help? His empty soda can crinkled.
"If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be in Hope Harbor."
The perfect opening for her apology. And perhaps he'd be receptive. Didn't his impromptu visit suggest he wasn't holding her lack of empathy yesterday against her? Fingers wrapped around her coffee mug, Tracy took a sip of the potent brew and sent a silent appeal heavenward. Lord, help me find the words that will comfort and heal without misleading him about my interest. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set the cup down and laid her hand over the fist he'd clenched beside the crushed can. His gaze flicked from her fingers to her face, his expression wary. She swallowed. As long as we're on that subject, can we revisit our discussion under the willow?
"I don't have a whole lot more to say."
But I do. A skitter of nerves tempted her to remove her hand, as she'd done yesterday, but she wrestled them into submission. There would be no overt signs of rejection today. First of all, I want to thank you for sharing your story with me. That can't have been easy.
No, it wasn't. In fact, while I'm close to my parents and sister, even they aren't privy to the skeletons in my closet with Julie.
Yet he'd shared them with her. So much for keeping things impersonal. He continued as if he hadn't expected a response.
Everyone thought I was an ideal husband, which goes to show how deceiving looks can be. Things that appear rosy on the surface aren't always as perfect as they seem.
A burning arrow of pain pierced her heart, extinguishing any lurking romantic fancies, and her hand jerked. Michael narrowed his eyes.
Are you okay?
No. How could she be, when those words could have been spoken about the sham of her perfect marriage?
Tracy?
She tried to smile, grasping at the first excuse that came to mind. Sorry, you're not the only one with overused muscles, I guess. She rolled her shoulders and rotated her neck. I did some weed eating myself for the last couple of hours today.
I know just where you're hurting then.
Before she realized his intent, he was on his feet and standing behind her, his lean, firm fingers on her shoulders. Her heart began to bang against her rib cage. What are you doing?
Trying to help those sore muscles.
He began to gently knead.
Better?
Better? With the heat from his hands seeping through her t-shirt? Ha!
I can feel the tension. Try to relax.
His fingers continued to work her taut muscles. How could she relax or think straight with all that blood rushing to her head? But she had to focus on her goals for this conversation. Empathize with his guilt about his wife, try to convince him he was being too hard on himself, and sympathize with his fear that he might repeat that mistake in a future relationship. All the while, sidestepping his hint that a relationship with her might be on his radar screen, if she was interested. Good thing she wasn't hooked up to a heart monitor, or the latter objective would be toast. Michael?
Yes?
Thank you for not holding my insensitive reaction yesterday against me. I was just overwhelmed.
Understandable. I dumped a lot on you.
His hands continued their steady ministrations.
To be honest, your reaction was what I expected, and deserved. Any caring person would be shocked by my story.
Actually, I was more shocked by the tragedy of your wife's sudden death than your problem with priorities. It's easy to see how someone in a career like yours could be caught between a rock and a hard place, trying to balance personal and job commitments. But after what happened, I'm sure you'd be much more careful in the future about overextending yourself on the job front.
I wish I had your confidence.
You should. Any smart person learns from an experience like that, and you're smart. You're also kind and caring and conscientious. The truth is, I admire you a lot. Your story didn't change that. Mission accomplished. And admire had been an inspired word to use. Complimentary, but not overly personal. And safe. It was perfect. She waited for Michael to respond. Instead, after an infinitesimal hesitation, he kept working on her shoulders in silence. Uh-oh. Maybe her word choice hadn't been so perfect. Maybe it had been too impersonal. Say something else, Tracy. If it makes you feel any better, you aren't the only one with regrets, or the only one who's made mistakes in a relationship. As the words tumbled out, a wave of horror swept over her. That was not a subject she wanted to discuss. Again, Michael's hand stilled, then picked up the rhythm again.
I think some regret is normal when a spouse dies young. No relationship is perfect, but there are things all of us would change given a second chance. But I'm willing to bet you had your priorities straight.
She gritted her teeth, fighting against the sudden pressure behind her eyes and in her throat. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Tracy repeated that mantra over and over and over, but it didn't help. A tear spilled out. Another followed, and another. She swiped them away as surreptitiously as she could, choking back the sob threatening to erupt, trying to keep her shoulders from heaving, willing herself to...
Tracy?
Michael's hands froze, and she turned her head slightly. Wonderful. There was a damp splotch on the back of one of his fingers. A wave of panic rocked her as he began to circle around to the front of the chair. Before he could get a glimpse of her face, she jumped to her feet and bolted for the safety of the bathroom. "I'll be back in a minute." She tossed the ragged words over her shoulder, locked the door behind her, and rested her forehead against the smooth wood. What a disaster! The tears continued to flow, and she fumbled for the hand towel. It had been months since she'd broken down over Craig. She'd accepted her culpability and moved on with her life. What else could she do? Tears didn't change anything, and she'd already cried 2 lifetimes' worth. Yet one comment from Michael, and wham! The spigot was wide open again. It didn't make sense. Unless... Sniffling, she stared at her red-rimmed eyes in the mirror and faced the truth. Unless she was falling for a temporary visitor from Chicago who carried plenty of his own baggage and didn't like cloudy weather. No. She couldn't let that happen. Because even if he happened to feel the same and they could work through all of his issues, she wasn't wife material. He might think he was carrying a boatload of guilt, but she had enough to fill the Titanic. She'd failed Craig far worse than he'd failed Julie. No way would a kind, caring man like him be able to overlook her past. But if he is as kind and caring as he seems, maybe he could. And this time, you might be a better wife. Didn't you just tell him that people can learn from their mistakes? Tracy bit her lip. Was that little voice in her head spouting wishful thinking or speaking the truth? The former, surely. Yet despite her best efforts to contain it, a tiny ember of hope flickered to life in her heart.
Tracy?
Michael's muffled single word was taut with worry. She gripped the edge of the vanity. "I'll be out in a minute." After a few moments, his footsteps retreated. Slowly, she released the breath she'd been holding. At the most, she could hide in here another few minutes, meaning she needed to pull herself together, fast. She also needed to make a potentially life-changing decision. Yesterday, Michael had taken a risk by sharing the heartaches and regrets from his marriage. It had been an honest and courageous confession that spoke to his integrity and his feelings for her. He wanted no secrets between them if romance entered the picture. If she felt the same, she owed him no less. But did she have the courage to reciprocate? And if she did, would her tiny spark of hope glow more brightly, or be snuffed out forever? Chapter 15. Michael prowled around Tracy's cottage, casting frequent glances toward the closed bathroom door. What was going on? Her out-of-character tears and flight didn't fit. She was a strong woman who dealt with the difficulties life handed her straight up. It would take a lot to make her cry or run away. Conclusion? The mistakes and regrets she'd alluded to were devastating. But if she could accept and forgive his faults, he could surely return the favor. Assuming she trusted him enough to share them. The handle of the bathroom door rattled, and a moment later she emerged. Her eyes were still red and puffy, but the tears were gone. "Sorry about that." She hovered close to the door, as if poised to dash back inside at the slightest provocation. "I haven't fallen apart like that in more than a year."
Grief has a way of sneaking up on you, and sometimes it's hard to pinpoint the reason.
The shallow and rapid rise and fall of her chest spelled stress in capital letters as she crossed her arms, fingers clenching her elbows. I know exactly why it happened. He kept his stance open and receptive.
Do you want to tell me?
No, but I think I need to. Unless you'd rather not deal with a lot of unpleasant emotional junk.
I deal with unpleasant emotional junk in my job every day. If I can do that for strangers, I can definitely do it for you.
The sheen returned to her eyes, but she blinked it away and gave a jerky nod. Would you like another soda?
No. Let's just sit.
He gestured to the couch in the living room.
That might be more comfortable.
Instead of responding, she turned off all the kitchen lights except the one over the stove, grabbed her coffee, and claimed the far end of the couch. It didn't take a genius to figure out her strategy. Shadows masked expressions and emotions. She didn't want him to have a clear view of her face, and perhaps she was afraid to see his. Fearful, as he had been, of finding rejection. But she wouldn't. He couldn't imagine anything she might say that would undercut his high opinion of her. Circling around the couch, he sat beside her, leaving a healthy amount of personal space between them. She took a sip of coffee, clutching the mug with both hands. Have you heard any stories about my husband since you've been here? Not the opening he'd expected.
Only what you told me. That he died 2 years ago.
I'm surprised. There aren't many secrets in Hope Harbor.
I guess visitors aren't privy to the grapevine. The only people I've spoken with at any length besides you are Charlie and Anna, and neither of them are gossips.
No need to mention his landlady's suggestion that he ask Tracy for advice about how to deal with regrets. Then I'll start with some history. She set her coffee down and picked up one of the throw pillows, hugging it against her chest. Even though I've always loved the cranberry farm and was convinced that that's where I wanted to spend my life, Uncle Bud and Aunt Carol thought it was important for me to get a first-class education. They wanted me to have a career to fall back on if things ever went south with the business. Seems prophetic now. Her voice trailed off and she swallowed. Michael fought the temptation to twine his fingers with hers. Not appropriate, at least not yet. After a few moments, she resumed the story. So I went to business school at the University of Oregon in Eugene. During those years, Uncle Bud hired out when he needed an extra pair of hands, but I came home most weekends during the busy season to help too. My original post-college plan was to do what I'm doing now, work on the farm and take on some accounting clients. But my aunt and uncle also wanted me to experience a world beyond Hope Harbor, to know what I was giving up if I decided to stay here. When I got a great job offer in Phoenix during my senior year, they urged me to take it.
You left Hope Harbor?
It was hard to imagine Tracy anywhere but here, in this place that suited her so well. Yes, but only after they pushed. As it turns out, in some ways it was a positive move. I earned an excellent salary, and the money came in handy after falling cranberry prices began to eat into the farm's bottom line. It also proved to me that Hope Harbor was where I wanted to be.
How long were you in Arizona?
Tracy picked at the cording on the pillow. 7 years? Far longer than I'd planned. The farm needed the money, and I met my husband, who was a Phoenix native. He knew I eventually wanted to come back here, though, and he was fine with that. So 3 years ago, after our accountant retired to Florida and money was too tight to hire farm help on a regular basis, we relocated. Craig was the regional manager for a chain of restaurants, and he was able to arrange a transfer to the Coos Bay office. Until now, Tracy had relayed her story in a straightforward tone. But when she picked up her coffee again, the quivers in her hand were a better barometer of her emotional state. And after she took a sip, using a two-handed grip, then set it carefully back down, her voice was less steady. He braced. The tough part was coming. Life was busy after we moved here. I was reacclimating to the farm and getting up to speed on the books, and Uncle Bud and I were gearing up for the new growing season. Craig was on the road more than usual, familiarizing himself with his new territory. We had the house on the farm to ourselves when he was home, though. Uncle Bud insisted on getting an apartment in town. He said we needed some space to settle in. Except we never did. Less than a year after we relocated, Craig was gone. She paused to fish a tissue from the pocket of her jeans.
Was it an accident?
No. She dabbed at her eyes. Have you ever heard of seasonal affective disorder?
SAD. Yes, I've read about it.
He scrolled through his memory.
Isn't it a type of depression that occurs every year at the same time? Usually in winter.
Yes. In hindsight, I think that was what Craig had. And moving to Hope Harbor made it a whole lot worse because a lot of days year-round are overcast or foggy. He'd get a little blue and moody in Phoenix on the rare occasions we had a few consecutive gray days, but since it was mostly sunny there, it never occurred to me, or to him, I think, that he had a serious condition requiring medical attention. A niggle of unease slithered up Michael's spine as he began to suspect where this might be heading. Once we moved out here, the blues became depression. Tracy hugged the cushion tighter against her chest and pulled her legs up into a protective tuck. But I was busy with the farm, and he was traveling a lot, so I never realized how severe it was. Until the night I came home, after a growers' meeting, and I found him in the garage with the door closed and the car engine running. As her voice broke, Michael's suspicion morphed into shocking reality. Tracy's husband had committed suicide. Gut twisting, he forced himself to keep breathing. Tragic as his own loss had been, he couldn't begin to fathom the impact on a loved one from a desperate act like that. He reached for her hand, but she shrank farther into the corner of the couch, the sadness in her eyes rending his heart. Think about what I've told you, Michael. By convincing Craig to move here, I put him in the situation that caused his death. And if I'd paid more attention to him once we were here, I would have realized he wasn't simply having difficulty adjusting to a new home and new territory. I would have done some research, urged him to get help, maybe been able to prevent him from taking that final, tragic step. So you're wrong about me having my priorities straight. I put the farm first. She swallowed, her chin quivering. Bottom line, I was a terrible wife. And I don't deserve a second chance to be one, she thought. The words might be unspoken, but the message came through loud and clear. She was wrong about that, but he couldn't just brush off her claims of culpability. Perhaps if she'd been more tuned into her husband, she might have detected some warning signs, might have realized the seriousness of the situation and convinced him to get help. Suggesting otherwise would be disingenuous and could shut her down. So how should he address all she told him? As if reading his mind, she spoke. You don't have to say anything. The truth is what it is, and Craig realized it too. On one of his really bad days, not long before he died, he accused me of loving the farm more than him. I thought he was being unreasonable, but in hindsight, I guess he was right. I kept the farm alive better than I kept him alive. Her voice choked and she bowed her head, a world of pain in her defeated posture. Time to make his move. Scooting closer, he gently tugged the pillow from her grasp. She lifted her chin. Tears brimmed on her lower lids, and her jade irises were seared with anguish. What are you doing? He tossed the pillow aside and reached for her.
I think we could both use a hug.
No. She pressed her hands against his chest, keeping him at arm's length, misery scoring her features. Why would you want to hug me?
Because I'm sorry for everything you've gone through. Because I understand how easy it is to get distracted and neglect a spouse, and how the guilt can weigh on your soul. Because I appreciate your willingness to trust me with your story. Because I like you. A lot." A quiver rippled through her. "Even after everything I told you?" He retracted his arms. The hug would have to wait a few minutes. "We've both made mistakes we're not proud of, Tracy. That doesn't mean we're bad people. It means we're human. And humans are flawed. I wish I could change my life with Julie, and I know you wish the same about your husband. But we can't. Maybe the best way we can honor their memory is to learn from our mistakes and do better if we get a second chance." She studied him. "That sounds like something Charlie would say." Yeah, it did. The philosophizing taco maker always had an interesting insight or two to pass along whenever Michael stopped for lunch after his beach walks. But this hadn't been one of them. "To tell you the truth, I don't know where that came from. It's a new notion for me, too. But it does make some sense." "It's all so scary." She fell silent as she traced the bold geometric pattern on the cushion in her lap. "You know, I thought I'd made peace with my life and my choice to go it alone. But I've been confused and unsettled ever since you came to Hope Harbor." He fought back an urge to smooth the worry lines from her forehead. "Why?" After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his. "Because there's some pretty powerful chemistry between us. On my end, anyway." So the attraction wasn't one way. He exhaled, some of the tension in his shoulders evaporating. "It's on both ends." A soft flush alleviated some of her pallor. "Even so, it's too soon for that." She motioned toward the arms he'd extended. "We hardly know each other. Besides, there are obstacles. You're leaving in a few weeks, and you don't like cloudy weather." Cloudy weather? Ah, now he understood why she turned tail and run yesterday on the beach after his negative remark about Hope Harbor's climate. She was beginning to like a man who didn't care for gloomy days, and she'd already fallen for one of those with disastrous results. "Let me address your concerns in reverse order. First, gray skies can be a downer when you're grieving, but I'm not prone to weather-related depression. Chicago and Kansas City can have long, cold winters without much sun, and I've never had an issue with that. So no worries there. Second, a lot can happen in a few weeks, including getting to know each other much better. Third, it's never too soon for simple signs of affection between friends. And those don't have to lead to anything else until we're ready." She squinted at him in the dimness. "Are you always this logical and clear thinking?" Logical, clear thinking? With her sitting inches away, her breezy scent filling his nostrils and the golden brown hair in her bedraggled ponytail itching for release? No. He hadn't even been certain his rebuttal was coherent. But based on our histories, I agree that slow and cautious is a sound strategy. He felt her relax slightly. "I can live with that." "So what about that hug?" She considered him. "A goodbye hug when you leave might be okay." Without a word, he stood and held out his hand. Grooves appeared on her brow. "What are you doing?" "Leaving. You have things to do tonight, and I don't want to cut into your beauty sleep too much. Besides, if leaving is the only way to get a hug, I'm out of here." She hesitated, then took his hand and let him pull her to her feet. "We're going to keep this simple, right?" "For now." It was the best he could promise. She scrubbed her palms down her jeans and started for the kitchen. "I have something for you first." He followed, slipping his arms into his windbreaker as she flipped on the light and picked up a loaf of cranberry nut cake. "I sweet-talked Nancy out of this. After we shared that snack at the farm yesterday, I had a feeling you might not come around anymore. That if I wanted to see you again, I'd have to take a first step. This was going to be my peace offering." She held it out.
He took the dense loaf, but kept his focus on her.
Does that mean you would have come looking for me if I hadn't stopped by tonight?
I don't know. She smoothed her fingertips over the curved back of a kitchen chair. I got the feeling yesterday you might be interested in me in a romantic sense, and I didn't think there was any future in that.
What do you think now?
She let out a shaky breath. I think I might have been wrong.
I'll take it.
Not as definitive as he'd like, but great progress from an hour ago.
Walk me to the door?
She eyed his outstretched hand. I didn't think holding hands was part of the bargain.
Consider it a prelude to the hug.
After another brief hesitation, she linked her fingers with his, and her hand was nothing like he expected. Tracy might radiate strength and sturdiness and self-sufficiency, and her palms might be calloused from daily manual labor, but her fingers were small and delicate and fragile, and very, very feminine. Michael? Her uncertain query jerked him back to the moment. With a gentle squeeze of those beguiling fingers, he walked her the dozen steps toward the door, wishing they were strolling hand in hand on the endless beach instead. He'd have to work on that idea. At the entry, he set the cranberry nut cake on a small table beside the door.
I'm not settling for a one-handed hug.
She shifted her weight as he faced her. This feels a little disloyal, you know? Yeah, he did, but he wasn't backing off. Wallowing in grief and guilt had gotten him nowhere.
Maybe a hug will help clarify things.
Or muddy the waters more.
Let's be optimistic.
He released her fingers and rested his hands at her waist.
Ready?
No.
Set.
Michael.
Go.
He stepped closer, wrapped her in his arms, and discovered she was right. The hug did muddy things up. Not that there was anything sensuous in their embrace. It was simple, straightforward, friendly. But she fit against him like she belonged there, filling the air with her fresh country scent, her soft hair tickling his chin, her heart beating close to his. And he wanted more. Tracy's arms crept around him, her touch tentative as she returned the hug. And once she emitted a soft sigh, so faint he'd wondered if he'd imagined it except for the puff of warmth against his neck. Every doubt, every worry, every hesitation about taking this step evaporated. Lifting one hand to the back of her head, he pressed her cheek to his shoulder. Also a perfect fit. The seconds ticked by. How many? He had no idea. Only the whistle of wind around the corner of the cottage, the faint rattle of a shutter, the distant crash of the surf, intruded to mark the passage of time. And Tracy made no move to end the embrace. At last, calling on every reserve of his willpower, he eased back, capturing her hands in his before she could step away. She looked up at him, eyes wide. Then she inhaled sharply, as if she'd been forgetting to breathe and needed to fill her lungs with air. He could relate. So much for a simple, innocuous hug.
I should go.
He fumbled for the doorknob behind him.
But I'll be happy to come out to the farm tomorrow, if you'd like some help.
She picked up the cranberry nut cake and held on tight with both hands, as if she needed some ballast to steady her. You didn't travel all the way to Hope Harbor to work on a cranberry farm.
True. But this trip hasn't turned out anything like I expected anyway. At this point, I think going with the flow is the best plan. And I do swing a wicked weed eater.
She smiled, and his gaze dropped to her lips.
Don't go there, Hunter.
He yanked his focus back up. If that works for you?
Sorry, I got distracted. What did you say?
I said you could help me with some fence repairs if you're up for that.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
He pulled the door open. He needed out of here now,
or his whole slow and cautious plan would be history. "What time do you start?"
"First light these days, but come whenever you get up." She held out the loaf cake. "Don't forget this. The walk home might make you hungry." He took the cake and stepped onto the porch. Fog had settled in, hiding the moon, and he zipped up his windbreaker.
"I'll save it for tomorrow. I've already had my treat for the night."
With a wink, he walked into the night, battling with each step the temptation to linger. As he approached the road, he glanced back at the cottage. The scene was ghostly in the fog, but the warm light from the open cottage door glowed, silhouetting the slender woman who was fast laying claim to his heart. How strange that his trek west in search of closure had led to romance. But Tracy was right to be wary. In 4 short weeks, he was scheduled to return to Chicago. It had been tough enough negotiating a 2-month leave. There was no way he could extend it. Yet nurturing a budding relationship across 2,000 miles would be a serious challenge. On the other hand, walking away from his life in Chicago and starting over in Hope Harbor would be risky. Blowing out a breath, Michael began to descend the hill that would take him back to town and his temporary home. Life could certainly be odd. He'd come out here seeking answers to one set of questions, only to end up with a batch of new ones. The whole thing was befuddling. It wouldn't have been to Julie, though. His wife had gone through life believing everything happened for a reason. God's reason. Her implicit trust in the Almighty had been unshakable. Never once had she shown one iota of anger toward God, even when bad stuff happened. The mist intensified, and he broke into a slow jog, tucking the cranberry nut cake inside his jacket as he passed the steepled church where Reverend Baker presided. His first visit there had been a bust. But should he follow Julie's example and lay his concerns before the Lord, trusting that his experience in Hope Harbor was part of a greater plan? Perhaps. He turned the corner to enter the home stretch toward Anna's, and as he pulled out his key to unlock the door to the annex, he made his decision. Come Sunday, he'd reopen the lines of communication with the Almighty and ask for help finding the elusive answers to his many questions. Chapter 16.
"Is that sprinkler head still causing trouble? I thought I fixed it."
Tracy swiveled around, crossed her arms, and pinned her uncle with a stern look. "What are you doing out here?"
"Trying to preserve my sanity. I'm going stir-crazy in that house."
"Does Nancy know you escaped?"
"No."
He stuck his hands in the pockets of jeans sitting too low on his hips. He'd lost weight during his siege with the flu.
"She had to work at the cafe this afternoon. The second Thursday of the month bridge club was meeting, and they were short-handed."
"You should go back to bed."
"I will, after I get some fresh air for a few minutes. Where's your helper today?"
He scanned the beds around them from his perch on top of the dike.
"Nancy says he's been a godsend."
True enough. But if her uncle didn't appear utterly drawn and worn out, Tracy would be tempted to accuse him of prolonging his recovery to create more opportunity for her and Michael to be together. He drove Anna to a physical therapy appointment in Coos Bay this afternoon.
"Is that right?"
He gave an approving nod.
"I like that boy. Helpful, considerate, and good-looking, too."
Uncle Bud grinned at her.
"For the record, that last is Nancy's take. What do you think?"
"I think you should go back to the house and let me focus on work."
"I mean about what I said."
"I agree that Michael is very helpful and considerate." She angled away and fiddled with the sprinkler head.
"I meant the good-looking part."
Of course he did. She busied herself with a wrench. "Depends on your taste, I guess."
"What does?"
As the man under discussion spoke, warmth flooded her face and she stifled a groan. He would have to show up now. How much had he heard? Uncle Bud grinned.
"We were talking about
your trip to Coos Bay." Tracy gave her uncle a warning glare as she cut him off. "How did it go?"
"Faster than expected. Anna isn't one to suffer fools gladly. and she wasted no time with the therapist. Show me the exercises, make certain I'm doing them right, and let me out of here. A woman after my own heart, Uncle Bud chimed in. I don't take to those medical types either. She more or less said the same thing, to the therapist herself. I thought Grace was going to sink through the floor in embarrassment. Nice of her to take that girl in. Tracy told me all about it. Nice of you to arrange it, too. Michael shrugged. It was logical. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Deals are almost always a win-win. He gave the older man a once-over. You're looking much better than you did when Tracy introduced us on Monday. Folding her arms, Tracy shot her uncle the same dark look she'd directed his way 3 days ago after he'd traipsed out to the field on some lame excuse when all he really wanted to do was size up the guy who was offering them free labor. Thank goodness Nancy had come after him, muttering about mule-headed patience as she dragged him back inside. Thanks. I'm improving. But you're not fully recovered yet. Go back in or I'll tell Nancy on you. Tracy arched an eyebrow at him. Are you trying to scare me? He arched one right back at her. Yes. It worked. I'm leaving. He refocused on Michael. A pleasure to see you again, young man. And don't let Tracy work you too hard. She can be a slave driver when it comes to cranberries. Bossy, too. Uncle Bud. But she has a wonderful heart, and a fun-loving side we don't see much of anymore. He ignored her exasperated sputter. Now, if you could get her to relax a little, maybe take a drive up to the gardens at Shore Acres State Park, you'd find out. Uncle Bud! She fisted her hands on her hips, sharpening her tone. I need to get back to work, and you need to go to bed. Now! See what I mean? Bossy. Her uncle gave a long-suffering sigh, but there was a twinkle in his eyes. He must be feeling better. She does know how to crack the whip, Michael grinned, playing along. Even though I've been here sunup till sundown every day this week, I was afraid she'd dock me if I took a few hours off to drive Anna to Coos Bay. The only compensation for all my effort has been your wife's great cooking. The only compensation, huh? Uncle Bud slid another glance her direction. I might have to have a long talk with... Michael? Enough was enough. I'm about done here. If you came out to work, you can help me spot spray some weeds. I came out to work. Anna's settled at home, and I have no other commitments for the day. Since three's a crowd, I'll leave you two to carry on. Eyes still twinkling, Uncle Bud strolled back toward the house, pausing only to pet the collies that raced up to greet him. I like him. Michael watched him mosey off. In case you couldn't tell, the feeling's mutual. She wiped her hands on her jeans. Are you sure you aren't getting tired of working out here? He turned back to her. In spite of the long hours on the farm, he looked more relaxed every day. The intermittent sun was bronzing his skin, and the lines of strain around his mouth and eyes were diminishing. Outdoor work appeared to agree with him. In the short term, anyway. Not at all, and despite what I told your uncle, there have been other compensations besides Nancy's cooking. Her sunglasses allowed her to scrutinize him without being too blatant. Did he mean fresh air and exercise, or her? I mean exactly what you think I mean. His blue eyes smiled down at her, warm and personal. Michael? I know, slow and cautious. But I'm a planner, and I like to think ahead, lay the groundwork, see some progress. Any objections? The question was lighthearted, but it had a serious undertone. It depends. On what? She bent down to pet Ziggy as he bounded up. Michael hadn't said what he planned to do after his leave from St. Joseph Center was up, and letting herself get carried away by a man who might be gone in 3 weeks wouldn't be wise. Even if she was beginning to believe, maybe, just maybe, she'd learned her lesson and would be a better wife the second time around. Even if her heart urged her to take the plunge. Even if Michael seemed like a man worthy of her trust and love. Since they'd been candid with each other up until now, why not lay her concern on the table?
After a final adjustment to the sprinkler head, she crossed to the dike, scrambling up the steep grade. He reached out and gave her an assist with the last foot. Once they were on the same level, she pushed up her sunglasses and met his gaze. "I'm worried about geography." He considered her.
If that wasn't an issue, would you be okay with some groundwork?
The moment of truth. She swatted a bee away, focusing on the St. Joseph Center logo in the center of the snug t-shirt that covered his broad chest. "Are you saying you'd be willing to give up your job and relocate?"
I wouldn't rule that out, depending on how things develop between us. But unless we let them develop, we'll never know what the potential is.
Hard to argue with that logic. Even if we ratchet things up, I don't think we'll know each other well enough by the end of your stay to make that determination. And I'd never ask you to give up your job based on speculation. It would be too risky.
I agree with you in theory, but you know what? Standing here with you right now, it doesn't feel risky at all.
He didn't touch her, not with his hands, but his eyes. They were like a tender caress. She could fall in love with this man. Perhaps she already had. And letting him walk away without exploring the electricity between them was no longer an option. "Okay." He cocked his head.
Okay, what?
"It's probably time to test the waters." An endearing dimple appeared in his cheek. Why had she never noticed it before? But her fixation on his dimple dissolved when he stepped close. Very close.
Is there any chance anyone could be watching us?
His low, husky question sent a delicious tingle up her spine. "Not here." Had her voice actually squeaked? How adolescent.
Good.
He lifted his hand to play with a wisp of her hair that had escaped her ponytail and gave her a slow smile.
Mystery solved. It is as soft as it looks.
He continued to toy with the strands as she fought the sudden urge to lean into him.
You never answered your uncle's question.
What question?
About whether my looks are to your taste.
Drat her tendency to blush. "So, you did overhear our conversation."
Only the last part. It was very interesting.
Uncle Bud is a romantic.
You're evading the question. So I'll go first.
He released her hair and dropped his hand to her shoulder, the steady weight of it solid and reassuring.
My answer is yes, very much. Your eyes are the color of polished jade, and I've always been partial to jade. I like how the sun brings out the glints of gold in your hair. I like the shape of your mouth and the curve of your neck and your crazy long eyelashes. You're a beautiful woman. And what I like best is that the inside matches the outside.
Oh my word. Michael had just taken a quantum leap from friendship to way more than friendship. Hope bubbled up and spilled over in her heart, and even though the sun was playing hide-and-seek with the clouds, her day got a whole lot brighter. Also scarier.
Too much?
Michael scrutinized her. He was still smiling, but there was a note of concern in his tone, as if he was afraid he'd gone too far and she might flee. Words like that could turn a girl's head.
I'm more interested in touching her heart.
If this kept up, she was going to melt into a gooey little puddle at his feet. Mission accomplished. At least her voice wasn't squeaking anymore. I guess it's my turn.
No details necessary. I'm not fishing for compliments. A simple yes or no would be sufficient.
Yes, I like your looks.
Then we're done talking.
He lifted his hand again, his touch gentle as he cupped her face. His other hand moved to her back, urging her close. Then he dipped his head until his mouth was inches from hers.
Nice and easy. A reminder to himself or a reassurance to her? Impossible to tell. And once his lips brushed hers, she didn't care. Tracy let her eyelashes flutter down, blocking out everything but the kiss. It was slow and sweet, but by no means tentative. Her hands snuck around his neck as he molded her closer to him, tasting, touching, exploring. His arms were strong, his chest solid, his touch sure as he held her tight and told her in a language far more articulate than words his hopes for the future and how much he had come to care for her. It was everything a first kiss should be, and it ended far too soon. He kept his arms around her after he broke contact, tucking her close against him, his breathing as uneven as hers. I'd say we've officially moved beyond friendship. Yeah, it was all she could manage. Scary, isn't it? Yeah. She pulled back slightly to examine his face. So what do we do now? He shifted into position beside her, a touch of humor glinting in his eyes as he slung an arm across her shoulders. Spot spray weeds? That's not what I meant. I know, but my answer stands. I propose we carry on as usual, with a few interludes like this thrown in. One kiss, one great kiss, is a beginning, not a conclusion. I think we should try for a slow build and see what happens. The voice of reason again, she exhaled. I'm glad one of us has retained some left brain function. Barely. Thinking straight with you beside me is a challenge. He motioned toward the equipment shed. Duty calls. Right. The weeds. She started toward the shed, and he strolled along beside her, keeping his arm around her shoulders. How are you doing with your to-do list out here? His fingers gently kneaded her overtaxed muscles. Better than I expected, thanks to you. In fact, I might be able to take off on Sunday. From the farm, anyway. I have some accounting work to catch up on. I thought you were going to do that last night. Eleanor Cooper called. She needed a prescription picked up. You're stretched too thin, Tracy. She didn't have to check out his expression to know he was frowning. She could hear it in his voice. I didn't stay long. She asked about you, by the way. You made quite an impression. He dismissed that notion with a wave of his free hand. She was just glad someone fixed her gutter. It was more than that. You ooze empathy, and your manner has a way of instilling, I don't know, confidence, maybe? That must be a great asset in your work. Growing cranberries is child's play compared to what you have to deal with every day. Cranberry growing has plenty of its own challenges, as I'm finding out, and I'm not talking about sore muscles. Shep bounded up to meet them as they approached the equipment shed, and Michael leaned down to pet him without breaking stride. So what happens if you can't keep the farm running? The ever-present knot of worry in her stomach tightened. I've tried not to dwell on that, but I do have a backup plan. I'll keep a small part of the land and live here, build my clientele in Hope Harbor and the surrounding towns, and go back to accounting full-time. I hope it doesn't come to that. She swallowed. I hope not either, but I'm beginning to think it will take a miracle to save the place. Our reserves are... She jolted to a stop as Uncle Bud exited the equipment shed. What are you doing out here? I thought you were heading back to bed. A guilty flush crept up his neck. My next stop. I detoured in here for a minute to see how the insecticide supply was holding up. I don't want any weevil damage this year. It's fine. I'm on top of inventory. I expect you are. His gaze lingered on Michael's arm over her shoulder. She slipped out from under it, doing her best to hold back the blush fighting for release. We're going to spot spray weeds. Smart plan. He ambled past, still sizing her up. You're losing your ponytail. He gave it a tug, smirking as he disappeared around the side of the structure. She felt around. The whole thing was askew. Great.
Muttering a few choice words, she re-secured it with a couple of quick twists of the elastic band.
I think he suspects there was some hanky-panky going on out there. Michael motioned toward the beds.
Then I'll have to do some damage control. I can come up with some explanation for why your arm was around my shoulders, and my ponytail often comes undone while I'm in the beds.
Won't work.
Why not?
You can't explain away how you look.
What do you mean? How do I look?
Like a woman who's just been kissed.
She squinted at him. You're kidding, right?
Nope.
How does someone look like they've just been kissed?
It's hard to explain. I think it's an intuitive guy thing. But however it works, I guarantee your uncle figured it out.
She huffed out a breath. That means he'll get carried away, jump to conclusions, and be disappointed if things don't work out.
He won't be alone.
Michael leaned down for a quick kiss.
But for now, let's put this in God's hands and see where he leads us.
I thought you were mad at God.
I'm reopening the lines of communication. You want some company this week at Sunday services?
Once more, a surge of hope swept over her. You're going back to church?
Yep. But first we need to spray weeds.
He grabbed her hand and steered her into the equipment shed. The subject of God closed for now. But his initiative on the faith front was a huge checkmark in his plus column. And one more reason why Uncle Bud and Michael wouldn't be the only ones disappointed if this budding romance fizzled. Chapter 17.
If there is one message we can take home from today's scripture story, it's this. Mistakes can be forgiven. Estrangements can be mended. Our Heavenly Father is waiting to welcome us home, if we but ask.
Reverend Baker scanned the congregation from the pulpit.
So here's my challenge for you this week. Follow that model. There are prodigal sons and daughters in many of our lives. Perhaps we've been one ourselves. Let us resolve today to reach out to those we've offended or those who have lost their way. As the story illustrates, it's never too late to begin again. Now let us go forth in joy.
As the minister concluded his sermon, Anna picked up her hymnal and assessed Grace out of the corner of her eye. The girl might have balked at coming to Sunday services, but she'd stuck to her promise to help with every chore, including driving her hostess to church. Not that Anna had intended to come, but the theme of the service, proclaimed on the church's front lawn announcement board, had seemed tailor-made for Grace when Anna had spotted it on Tuesday. It was hard to tell if the man's words had had any impact on the teen, though. Her expression was neutral, her cross-arm posture less than receptive. Not a positive sign. Yet, strangely enough, Reverend Baker's words had managed to touch her heart. She fingered the hymnal, the weight of it in her hands familiar, if long absent. After hearing and reading the prodigal son tale on dozens of occasions, she could recite it in her sleep. And she'd heard plenty of preaching on the topic, too. Reverend Baker's sermon, however, had offered a different twist. The notion of reaching out instead of waiting for a black sheep to come home. That wasn't in the passage. The father in the scripture story hadn't searched for his son. Perhaps, like her, he'd allowed anger to harden his heart, had let time pass, and given up any hope of reconciliation. Yet the ending had been happy. Her grip on the hymnal tightened. John hadn't come back, like the prodigal son, but was there a chance her own story could end the same if she followed Reverend Baker's suggestion and took the initiative? Mrs. Williams, the service is over. Anna blinked as Grace whispered in her ear. The last hymn had ended and the congregation was filing out.
So it is.
She replaced her unopened hymnal in the slot on the pew in front of her and stepped into the aisle, linking her arm with Grace's. It was slow going, and as they shuffled along with the exiting throng, she could feel the surreptitious looks being aimed her way. There were a lot of new faces since she'd last occupied a pew here, but many were familiar. Yet no one spoke to her. And why should they? She'd been rude and indifferent to everyone for years, lavishing her affection on critters who couldn't talk back or talk behind her back. One by one, her former friends had gotten the message and written her off as a bitter old woman, leaving her to the solitary, unencumbered private life she preferred. Or had preferred until Michael came along and flipped her quiet, peaceful, predictable world upside down. These days, every dawn seemed to bring a new challenge. Yet, truth be told, she was less lonely now. Being around people again might be more complicated, but it also made life more vibrant and interesting. She searched the congregation. Her temporary tenant was here somewhere with the Sheldon girl. He'd told her yesterday he was coming. They must have slipped through a side door to escape the crush of people. Not a bad plan. On the opposite side of the aisle, Joyce Alexander exited a pew, studiously directing her gaze toward the back, away from her old friend. Spirits drooping, Anna absorbed the rebuff. They'd been close once, when their children were young. Same age, both with one son, active at church, and a host of other commonalities that had cemented their friendship. But friends shared joys and hurts, and talking about John had been far too painful. It had been easier to build walls than open doors. She watched Joy squeeze through the crowd, the woman trying to get away as fast as possible. Who could blame her? In all these years, the only contact she'd initiated had been a sympathy note after Joyce's career Army son had been killed in Iraq a decade ago. Her old friend hadn't responded, nor had Anna wanted her to. Renewing their friendship hadn't been her intent, and the message had been crafted to subtly communicate that. But a lot of time had passed. Wounds healed and hearts could soften. Couldn't they? Might the woman be receptive to an overture of friendship? Before her courage failed, Anna pulled Grace through the crowd, leading with her uninjured shoulder until she was behind her old friend. "Hello, Joyce," the greeting quavered, and she took a shaky breath. Joyce angled slightly toward her, her manner wary, as she bobbed her head. "Anna?" At least she hadn't ignored the greeting. "Good sermon." "Yes." The woman gave her a wary once-over. "I'm surprised to see you here." "I have a house guest, and I wanted her to attend." She jockeyed the girl forward. "This is Grace Lewis. Grace, this is Joyce Alexander, a friend of mine." "Nice to meet you," Grace mumbled the perfunctory sentiment. Joyce returned it, but her focus wasn't on the young girl. Will you be coming back to church again?" Anna continued to shuffle toward the door with the crowd. "I might." "We have donuts afterward next Sunday." Joyce opened the top button of her sweater, tugged down the hem. They still have the chocolate kind you used to like." For some reason, Anna's eyes began to sting. She pulled her arm free from Grace's and groped in her pocket for a tissue. Must be the humidity. "You know what it is, Anna. You're touched because despite your snubs, Joyce is responding to your olive branch." She sniffed and dabbed at her nose. "Damp day." "I expect we may get some rain." The woman surveyed the gray sky as she stepped through the door and greeted the minister. When it was her turn to do the same, the man gave her a big smile. "I thought I spotted you in the congregation today. I'm glad these aging eyes weren't playing tricks on me. And Grace, how nice to see you here." He shook hands with both of them. "How's your shoulder feeling?" "Much better. And I have a great helper here." She gestured to the teen. "Excellent. I must admit, from a selfish standpoint, I hope you have a swift recovery. I'm missing your meatloaf. Thank the Lord Charlie's is close by. Father Kevin and I have been wearing a path to his window, yet we both agreed during our golf game on Thursday that while we love his fish tacos, you can get too much of a good thing. But please don't tell Charlie I said that. Your secret is safe with me. Discretion is a great virtue. And speaking of virtues, I hope we'll see you here again soon. I might be back next week. I hear there will be donuts.
I'll guarantee it if you promise to come.
She hesitated. A week is a long way off.
Well, you pray about it, and I'll do the same.
The crowd was backing up behind them, so with a quick goodbye to the minister, Anna took Grace's arm again and led her down the steps.
What did you think of the service? She handed over the keys as they walked toward the car.
It was okay, I guess.
Reverend Baker preached an outstanding sermon.
I guess.
Grace moved ahead and opened the door for her.
Cradling her arm, she slid into the passenger seat.
I can deal with the seatbelt. I'm learning to cope with this one-handed business.
Grace closed the door without responding. Apparently, the minister's sermon hadn't transformed the girl's thinking, but perhaps it had softened the ground for the seed she wanted to plant. As Grace took her place behind the wheel and started the engine, Anna shifted toward her.
Let's take a drive to the bluff. I'm not up to climbing down the steps for a walk on the beach yet, but with this sky, it will be stunning from above, too.
Grace followed her directions, and in 5 minutes they were pulling into a parking space that offered a panoramic view of the sea stacks, cobalt blue ocean, and wide expanse of beach. A few people were on the sand, including, she peered down at the waterline. Was that Michael and Tracy? Walking hand in hand? No wonder they'd wanted to make a fast escape from church. Mom and Dad and I brought a picnic lunch here once. At Grace's wistful comment, Anna gave the girl her full attention.
That's the very subject I wanted to talk to you about.
Grace watched her, expression guarded, but remained silent.
The 2 weeks we agreed you would stay with me are up on Friday.
I know, but I could stay longer if you need me. I wouldn't mind. There are a lot of things I could help you with until—
Grace, she gentled her tone. You and your parents have to deal with this sooner or later. Putting it off isn't going to make it any easier. I've been talking to your mom every day, keeping her informed, as I promised I would, and I think your parents are ready to have a calm, reasonable discussion.
The girl pulled a piece of lint off her sweater. Is Dad over being mad?
Your mother said he's accepted the news.
A hedge, but if she was lucky, Grace would let it pass. He hasn't checked my cell call record, has he?
He said he wouldn't. Has your father ever lied to you?
Her lower lip quivered. No.
Then I think you can assume he's honored his word. So here's what I propose. Let's drive over to your house and talk this through.
Now?
Panic flared in her eyes. Why not?
But I don't even know if Mom and Dad are home.
They are. I told them last night we might stop by, but I didn't make any promises. I wanted to leave the decision to you.
For today. If this dragged on too long, though, different story. Someone had to step in and take charge of this situation eventually. Talk some sense into these people. Grace picked off the last vestiges of her iridescent purple nail polish. Anna waited in silence. At last, the teen sighed. I guess we can see what they have to say. Maybe things will turn out like that story the minister talked about today. So she had been listening to the sermon.
I have great confidence God will work hard to bring that about, as long as we do our part, too.
And should the meeting begin to deteriorate, she had a secret weapon in her arsenal. If she could dredge up the courage to use it. This is so beautiful. I never get tired of the view. The wind lifted Tracy's hair, free for once from the constraints of her usual ponytail. Michael stroked his thumb over the back of her hand as he watched her enjoy the gulls soaring like kites against the deep blue sky, the foamy surf crashing against the sea stacks, and the distant horizon that seemed to beckon with a promise of adventure.
Me neither.
She transferred her attention to him, smiled. I'm talking about God's creation.
So am I.
He squeezed her hand as they strolled down the sand, his focus still on her. Her shoulders drooped. This particular piece of creation is very flawed.
Not flawed, just a work in progress like every other human.
That's a better spin anyway.
Truth, not spin.
A gull lifted his head from the mussel shell he was picking at as they approached, and Tracy paused. Well, look who's here. Michael glanced at the bird.
A friend of yours?
It's Floyd. He gave the gull a dubious perusal.
How can you tell? They all look alike.
Not close up. They have distinctive features, like humans. Floyd has a nick on the right side of his beak, and there's a black spot on the top of his head.
If you say so.
The bird still looked the same to him as all the others. Trust me, he and I have often gotten up close and personal when he comes banging on my back door, which is almost every night. I think he's seeking companionship as much as food.
Does he keep you awake?
No. He's always roosting before I go to... She slid her hand into the pocket of her slacks and pulled out her cell. Frowned. It's Uncle Bud. He rarely bothers me on Sunday mornings. Do you mind? She held up the phone.
Not at all. I'll commune with Floyd.
He released her hand and walked a few paces away, but the wind carried the conversation his direction. When did she start feeling bad? Sounds like it. How can I help? Don't worry about that. Just tell me what you need. No, of course not. You need to stay there. Let me pull out a pen and paper. While Tracy rummaged through her shoulder purse, Michael stifled his disappointment. The drive he'd been about to propose to Shore Acres State Park would have to wait. Got it. I'll be out within the hour. She ended the call, exhaled, and shoved the phone into her purse. I'm gonna have to cut our walk short. Nancy's got the flu.
So I gathered.
She linked her fingers with his again. Is it selfish to say I'd rather spend the day on the beach with you than deal with another crisis?
If it is, I'm guilty of the same sin. Maybe we can make up for it next Sunday.
He turned them around, back toward the stairs leading to the bluff.
I'll walk you home.
She didn't talk much on the return trip, her mind no doubt busy itemizing the new chores that had suddenly landed on her plate. Did this woman ever get a break? Once they arrived at the drive that led back to the cottage, she wiggled her fingers free. You don't need to come all the way to the door.
Trying to get rid of me?
You know better. She rose on tiptoe and gave him a quick kiss, but backed off when he reached for her. I need to get moving. Give me a rain check? He shoved his hands into his pockets to keep them out of trouble.
You don't need a rain check. That item will always be in stock.
Nice to know. She flashed him a quick smile.
Is there anything I can do to help?
No. No sense both of us being exposed to germs, but thank you for offering. Lifting her hand in farewell, she hurried toward the cottage. He waited until she disappeared through the door, then struck out for the annex. Maybe he'd use the empty hours stretching ahead to finish the mystery novel that had been languishing on his kitchen counter. But first, he owed his dad a Father's Day call. 20 minutes later, after changing into jeans and a sweatshirt, he plugged in the coffee maker, opened the plastic wrap containing the last piece of Nancy's cranberry nut cake, and pulled out his phone. Dad and Mom should be home from church by now. He tapped in their speed dial number as the comforting aroma of coffee began to fill the annex. His dad answered halfway through the first ring, as if he'd been hovering over the phone.
Michael, I've been looking forward to talking to you. How are you, son?
At the anxious note shading his father's words, Michael's throat tightened. The frequent email exchanges with his family kept everyone up to date, but there was nothing like hearing the voice of someone you loved and knowing they cared.
I'm better, Dad. Really. Much more relaxed. How are you and Mom doing? Fine. I was a little worried about this whole early retirement thing and moving out here to New Mexico, but I have to say it agrees with us. My golf game has improved, too. and I'll be putting that gift certificate you sent to good use at the pro shop. But we miss seeing you and your sister and the grandkids." Beth sounds busy in her emails. He broke off a piece of the cranberry nut cake and took a bite. If anything, it tasted better now than when he'd opened the package on Tuesday. With 3 kids under the age of 8, I'd say that's a fair bet. "Did you hear from her today?" "Yes, she called earlier. I told her I'd already scarfed down half the fruitcake she sent." "Fruitcake in June? Fruitcake any month of the year suits me fine." Michael shook his head. His dad was the only person he knew who actually relished fruitcake. "I have a cake here I bet you'd like even better." He broke off another piece. "I don't know. The fruitcake those monks bake is amazing. If you ask me, they're missing out on a great sales opportunity. They could sell those suckers year-round if they developed a marketing campaign to convince people it's not only for Christmas. Though I understand they can hardly keep up with the holiday demand. They sell thousands of cakes all over the country, and at a pretty penny, too. I think they're over $30 a pop now." Thousands of cakes? $30 a pop? Michael stopped chewing. He might not agree with his dad about the year-round appeal of fruitcake. But why should the monks have the corner on a high-end holiday treat when cranberries were the real star of the season? "Michael, you still there?" Yeah, I'm here." The coffee maker began to sputter, and he rose to pour himself a cup. "You just planted the seed of an idea. See? A payoff for calling your old man. Maybe you'll do it more often now. Hint, hint." Michael retook his seat, eyeing what was left of his cake. "The only payoff I need is hearing that you and Mom are doing well. But I'll try to get back into the habit of weekly calls. Things have just been out of kilter for a while. I know. You've had a rough go of it. We understand. You finding what you need up there on the coast?" "I think so. It's not turning out how I expected, but it's been interesting. Well, we're a phone call away whenever you want to hear a friendly voice. Though I hope you're hearing a few of those where you are, too. I've met a lot of nice people." "One in particular." "Glad to hear it. So tell me what you've been doing." Michael complied, trying to gloss over his relationship with Tracy. But by the time he'd drained his mug and finished his recap, his father proved that while he'd retired from 9-to-5 corporate strategizing, his analytical brain cells were still working fine. "She sounds like a nice girl, this cranberry farmer. Can't be easy to be in that kind of business with this tough economy." "No, she works very hard." "Is she pretty?" "Pretty? More like drop-dead gorgeous." But he tempered his response. "Yes." "Nice?" "Yes." "Available?" He hesitated. "Yes." His diplomatic dad knew just when to back off. "Well, you take care of yourself, and if pitching in at that cranberry farm is helping you get back on track, keep doing it." "That's my plan." But as he and his father said their goodbyes, he was already toying with an idea that might contribute a whole lot more to keeping Harbor Point cranberries afloat than any amount of sweat equity he could offer. Chapter 18. The Lewis family reunion wasn't going well. From her wing chair in the living room, Anna surveyed the players. Ellen Lewis's face was contorted, as if she was trying to hold back a sob. Her husband's complexion had taken on a florid hue. If Grace's posture got any more tense, she'd shatter at a mere touch. And they were only 5 minutes into this family summit. "I told you I couldn't stay here," Grace directed the comment toward her while aiming a venomous look at her father. "He's already mapped out my life without consulting me." "You're only 16. Ken started to rise, but when Ellen grasped his arm, he sank back onto the couch. "I think your mother and I know what's best." "So what I want doesn't count?" "What you want is what got you into trouble in the first place."
Grace shot to her feet, as if ready to bolt from the house. Every time you say stuff like that, I want to puke. Honey, please sit down. Ellen's words were shaky. Ken, we agreed to talk about this calmly, remember? Let's all take a deep breath. As tension quivered in the air, Anna stepped in. Would you like me to wait on the porch while you discuss this? Not her first choice, with this family's future hanging in the balance. But perhaps, with Ellen's intervention, they could come to a resolution on their own. If not, she might have to pull out her secret weapon. No! Grace darted her a panicked look. You're the only one who listens to me. I want you to stay. Yes, please stay, Mrs. Williams. Ellen kneaded the twin creases above her nose. We could use some calmer input, and it sounds like you and Grace have connected. Because she listens. Plus, she doesn't make me feel horrible about what I did. And you know what? She doesn't have to. I already feel horrible. I know it was wrong, okay? I made a bad mistake. Her voice hitched, and regret replaced some of the anger in her tone. I can't blame you for being ashamed of me. Oh, honey, we aren't ashamed. We're worried and upset. Right, Ken? Ken, Ellen nudged her husband. Yeah. A heavy silence fell as Grace and her father glared at each other. Anna sighed. Someone needed to mediate this get-together, and it appeared she'd been elected. As long as I'm staying, may I suggest you let Grace tell you what she's been thinking? We've had some conversations about the situation, and I found her to be quite articulate on the subject of her feelings and her options. Yes, by all means. We want to hear what you have to say, honey. Don't we, Ken? Ellen sent a silent entreaty toward her husband. He exhaled, unclenched his fingers, leaned back against the couch. Yeah. You go first, Grace. Grace looked over at her. Anna gave her an encouraging nod. Why don't you start at the beginning, with what you told me about how you felt after you moved here and how hard it was to make friends? Slowly, the teen sank back into her chair, head bowed, tone muted now rather than defiant. I don't think Dad wants to hear all that stuff. Ellen took her husband's hand and met his gaze. Yes, I do. Ken sounded calmer and more in control now. I knew relocating in the middle of your sophomore year would be hard, and your mom and I should have been more available to you after we got here. But we were busy settling in, and you've always been self-sufficient, he exhaled. Do you want to know part of the reason we're so upset? We feel some of this is our fault. Grace lifted her chin and gave him a cautious look. Seriously? Yes. Her shoulders lost a bit of their starch. It isn't, though. I made the bad choice. Tell them about school, Grace. Anna rested her sling on the arm of the chair, reducing the weight. If she didn't ditch the thing soon, she'd have a pain in her neck as well as her shoulder. To their credit, neither parent interrupted Grace as she haltingly relayed how difficult it had been to find friends among the established cliques, and how her boyfriend had filled the gap and eased the loneliness. She discussed the abortion issue, and her parents supported adoption as a better alternative, thank goodness. In the end, she revealed the name of the boy. Finally, Ken jumped to his feet. I want to have a long talk with his parents. Grace scrambled up too, once more on the defensive. No, I don't want you going over there yelling and pointing fingers. I'm as much at fault for what happened as he is. I bet he pushed you. No, he didn't. We both just got carried away. He's a really nice guy. Right. Sarcasm dripped off Ken's single word. He is. Ken. Ellen stood and touched his arm. Let's stay calm. It's more important to talk about what happens next than what happened before.
That boy and his family need to take some responsibility."
"Didn't you hear a word I said?"
A tear trailed down Grace's cheek, her pitch climbing toward hysterical.
"And Mom's right. I don't want to keep focusing on the past. I want to decide what to do next."
"We can do that after we talk to the boy and—"
"Let's sit back down and try to... Maybe I'll run away after all, and..."
They were all talking at once, and no one was listening anymore. This wasn't good. Anna gripped the arm of her chair. Apparently it was up to her to try to salvage the situation, and she had only one tool at her disposal. But could she share her deepest secret with these people who were almost strangers? And if she did, would it help them understand that the choices they made today could affect the rest of their lives? As the shouting match continued, she squeezed the upholstery under her fingers. Years ago, she'd believed God put people in places where they could best serve their fellow travelers on life's journey. That belief had faded. But might this be a situation where it was true? Where she could help another family avoid the same mistake that had destroyed her relationship with her son? Perhaps. But God had better stick close as she took this leap, or she wouldn't have the fortitude to see it through. Summoning up her courage, Anna plunged in. "If I could have a word?" The melee continued. "Excuse me." Her raised voice got through to Ellen, who fell silent and shushed the other two members of her family. "I think our guest has something to say." Ellen's emphasis on the word guest must have registered. Grace and her father stopped shouting, and all eyes focused on her. "If you would all take your seats again, I have a few words to say." For a moment, she wasn't certain Grace or her father would cooperate. But once Ellen sat, they followed her example. "We appreciate your perspective, Mrs. Williams. We want to do what's best for Grace, and if you have some wisdom to offer, we'd welcome it." Ellen directed a muzzle-it look to her husband and daughter, and both remained silent. Nodding her fingers on her lap, Anna forced her lungs to keep working. "I'm going to tell you a story no one in this town has ever heard, and I would ask that it stay in this room. It's a very sad chapter from my own life, one I'm not proud of, and which I regret to this day. I'm sharing it with you in the hope it might prevent you from going down the same unhappy path I did." She groped for the glass of water they'd offered when she arrived, took a sip. 20 years ago, I lost my husband, George, very suddenly to a heart attack. After breakfast one Saturday morning, he got up to do the dishes like he always did on weekends. On his way to the sink, he collapsed. It was over that fast. One second he was joking about the weather, the next he was gone. I can still hear the sound of the china shattering on the kitchen floor. An omen, in some ways, of all that was to come. Her voice rasped, and she took another sip of water. My son, John, was in college at the time. He was very close to his dad. Not just because George was a great father, but because my husband was a born mediator who understood the value of listening. John was more like me, quick-tempered and too fast on the draw. As a result, we often clashed. But thanks to my husband's intervention, none of our spats ever amounted to more than a here today, gone tomorrow squabble. Until the spring of John's sophomore year, a few months after George died. Anna paused and fished in the pocket of her cardigan for a tissue.
"Are you okay, Mrs. Williams?"
Grace leaned forward, face etched with concern. "Yes, my dear. This is difficult to talk about, but I'll get through it." She wiped her nose and wadded the tissue in her fingers. One weekend, John came home for a visit. I could tell he was agitated. I hadn't been sleeping well since George died, and I was constantly on edge myself. I should have given him some space, but instead I badgered him about what was wrong. Finally, he told me.
She moistened her dry lips and forced herself to say the hard words. It turns out the son George and I had raised with the highest of moral standards had gotten another student pregnant. Only her harsh, erratic breathing broke the silence in the room, but the attention of every member of the Lewis family was riveted on her. I was appalled, and I was even more shocked to learn there would be no marriage. The girl didn't want a husband at that stage of her life any more than John wanted a wife. I berated him, and he lashed back. Accusations were hurled. Harsh words were exchanged. I told him he was irresponsible, that I was disappointed in him, that his father would be ashamed, and a lot of other ugly, hurtful things. Within the hour, he'd packed up as much stuff as he could cram into 2 suitcases and stormed out. Her throat felt as parched as the tree in that Job citation Charlie had given Michael, and she gulped more water. What happened next? Grace was on the edge of her seat. I never saw or heard from him again. The teen's jaw dropped. You mean he disappeared? No. He went back to college, but he never came home again. I always thought he'd realize the error of his ways and marry the girl, or at the very least apologize for his disrespect the day he broke the news. But he didn't. Like I said, we were too much alike. Too fast to fly off the handle, too inclined to hold grudges. I didn't try to understand his perspective or cut him any slack for a poor choice that was no doubt driven by grief and the abject sense of loneliness only people who've lost a loved one can understand. I had zero compassion and passed judgment far too fast. But surely in all these years you've considered getting in touch. Ellen seemed as stunned as her daughter by the shocking story. No. Both of us, I think, felt the other hadn't reacted appropriately. And the truth is, we didn't. We waited each other out until the gap grew too long to bridge. So you don't know what happened to the girl or the baby or where your son lives or anything? Grace stared at her. I have no idea what happened to the girl or the child. Thanks to the internet, I do know my son lives in Seattle, is married, and has 1 daughter. She released her tight grip on the tissue and flexed her fingers to restore circulation. You could contact him, couldn't you? I mean, that minister today said it's never too late to reconnect. 19+ years is a long time, Grace, and there's much to forgive on both sides. But I didn't tell you all this to burden you with my problems. I told you in the hope my story might soften your hearts and help you understand the importance of listening without judging. To realize that estrangements are sometimes never repaired. Please don't destroy your family as my son and I destroyed ours. As silence once again fell in the room, Ellen swiped her fingers across her eyes. Grace sniffed. Ken's expression was thoughtful and touched with remorse, if Anna was reading him correctly. His next words confirmed that conclusion. First of all, thank you for sharing that painful story with us, Mrs. Williams. It was a wake-up call. My wife and my daughter are my world. And you've shown me how fragile that world can be if we forget that love has to be the first and most important emotion we bring to any problem. He took his wife's hand and looked at Grace, still sitting alone across the room. When you were a little girl, we always called ourselves the 3 Musketeers. Remember? She nodded. I'd like us to be that way again. All for one, one for all. We'll get through this if we stick together. He rose and pulled Ellen to her feet. Moving toward his daughter, he extended his hand. Can we try again? Anna gripped the arm of her chair as Grace hesitated.
God, please give this family a second chance. Finally, the teen rose and took a tentative step forward. Then another. Once she put her hand in her father's, he pulled her into his arms. Ellen joined in the group hug. Letting out a slow breath, Anna relaxed into the chair. They were going to be okay. And as she watched this family begin to bind its wounds, as she thought about Reverend Baker's sermon and the story of the prodigal son, a tiny flicker of hope ignited in her soul. If the Lewises could mend their fences, was there a chance she and John could too? Not likely, given the length and depth of their rift. But now that Michael had managed to get her out of her self-imposed isolation, going back into it didn't hold a whole lot of appeal. And if she was going to rejoin life, she wanted her son and his family to be a part of her world. Yet reaching out to him would be risky. If he rejected her overture, that door would be closed forever. And she wasn't certain she could survive such a final, crushing blow. "We're really sorry to interrupt your Sunday, honey." Uncle Bud took the proffered prescription and led the way to the kitchen. "The good Lord knows you needed a day off." "It's not a problem. This is what family does. How's Nancy?" Tracy opened the refrigerator and took a quick inventory. "She's down for the count, and not at all happy about it. She says if she'd known the community property clause in our marriage included germs, she might have had a few second thoughts before saying I do." Tracy chuckled as she removed some defrosting chicken breasts Nancy must have intended for Sunday dinner. "I don't think so. She grabbed the gold ring when she got you." "Nope, I'm the lucky one." He filled a glass with water and pulled a teaspoon from the drawer for the cough medicine. "What are you doing?" "Fixing dinner." "Oh, sweetie, you don't have to do that. Why don't you go spend the afternoon with Michael? You could take a walk on the beach, or sit on the wharf, or go for a drive." No sense telling him she'd been daydreaming about those very possibilities until his call. "I need to eat too. I might as well cook for all of us. Unless you were planning to prepare a gourmet meal?" She smiled at him over her shoulder. Even after years as a widower, he'd never learned to make more than an omelet and a grilled cheese sandwich. He shrugged. "There's some soup in the pantry." She gave him an appraising sweep. "You need more than soup. How much weight did you lose while you were sick?" "1 pound or 2. Or 5 or 6. We need to get some meat back on those bones, and soup won't cut it. Go ahead and take Nancy's medicine up. I'll get dinner going." "You shouldn't be lingering in the house with all the germs flying around." "The windows are open, and I'll wash my hands a lot. Unless you don't want me to whip up my famous chicken and white wine sauce." His eyes lit up. "You know that's my favorite." "Yes, and Nancy has everything I need for the recipe. You still want me to leave?" "Well," she grinned. "Go take care of your sick wife." She waved him off. He left with no further argument. By the time he returned, the meal preparations were well underway. "How is she?" "Crabby." Uncle Bud sat at the kitchen table. "I had no idea she'd be such a bad patient." "What sauce for the goose?" "Very funny. So, what plans did we interrupt for your day?" She pulled out some green onions and began chopping. "I had some accounting work to do." "I thought you told me yesterday you were going to take today off." "From farm work." Did you go to church?" "Of course." "Any news there? I feel like I've been out of the loop for a year instead of a couple of weeks." "You'll never guess who attended. Anna Williams, with that teen she took in." "Anna was at church?" His eyebrows rose. "Wait till I tell Nancy. That old girl must be softening." "Michael was surprised to see her there, too." The instant the words left her mouth, she cringed. Uncle Bud would be all over that slip. "Michael was at church?" If nothing else, Bud Sheldon was predictable. "Yes. Do you want carrots or string beans with your chicken?" "I like 'em both." Did you get a chance to talk to him long?
So much for her feeble attempt at a diversion. However, a sounding board might be helpful, and it wasn't as if she had any close girlfriends in town to confide in. Who had time to nurture those kinds of relationships? To tell you the truth, we sat together during the service, and we took a walk on the beach afterward. That's where I was when you called. No response. She peeked over her shoulder to find him frowning. What's wrong?
Now I'm doubly sorry I interrupted your day. You don't often have a chance to socialize, much less with an eligible man.
She turned the chicken in the sauté pan, poked at the boiling potatoes, got the vegetables started. Then she swiveled toward him. He held up his hands.
I know. Stop playing matchmaker.
Wiping her hands on a dish towel, she leaned back against the counter. As a matter of fact, I could use some advice. At her serious tone, he folded his hands on the table and gave her his full attention. Just as he used to do during her growing up years when she came to him about a friend who'd hurt her feelings, or a party she hadn't been invited to, or a date that hadn't gone well. And he said the exact same thing now that he'd said in her youth.
Tell me how I can help.
I'm not sure you can. No one can predict the future, and that's kind of what I need.
Should I assume this is about Michael?
Yes. We've gotten to be friends.
More than that, based on how you looked the other day out by the equipment shed.
A caution bell rang in her mind. What do you mean?
You look like you'd been kissed. Chalk one up for the man from Chicago.
No comment.
None needed. Anyway, I'm guessing the distance is a problem.
Her uncle scrutinized her. Yeah, and he's leaving in 3 weeks.
How does he feel about Hope Harbor?
He seems to like it, and he enjoys being at the farm. She twisted the dish towel in her hands. The thing is, it feels comforting to have him in the fields with me, even when we're working in different areas. Just knowing he's close by gives me this sense of peace, I guess. Pressure built behind her eyes. But he has a great career in Chicago, and a life there.
Then why did he take a leave and come to Hope Harbor?
Uncle Bud held up a hand.
Rhetorical question. I'm not prying into the man's business. My point is, maybe that job and that life aren't what he wants anymore. Could be he's ready to think about a change.
Even if that's true, I can't offer him any promises this early in our relationship. And what if things go south? What if he upends everything, moves here, and the romance fizzles? I don't need any more guilt in my life.
He tapped a finger on the table. Did he ask for any kind of commitment?
No.
Then if he decides to stay, it's his choice. Now, putting logic aside for the moment, what does your heart tell you?
She played with a piece of the zesty green onion that was clinging to her hand. That Michael Hunter could be my second chance.
And how do you think he feels?
The same. Her uncle refolded his hands.
I can't tell you what to do, honey. People have to make their own choices. But I can give you my 2 cents. Neither of you is a hormone-crazed teenager. Not that there aren't sparks, but they haven't short-circuited your brain cells. That's a plus. At the same time, while prudence is a virtue, don't let logic or fear or doubts or bad experiences deafen you to the voice of your heart. Feelings do count. And if the two of you feel half as much for each other as I suspect you do, it seems to me it would be worth giving this thing a shot.
She crossed her arms and studied him. How do you always manage to get to the core of an issue so fast and come up with such sound advice?
Just call me Dr. Phil. He winked. But when you get down to it, most things, he sniffed.
What's burning? With a muttered exclamation, she spun around. The pan with the chicken was smoking, and a quick peek confirmed they'd be eating a slightly charred entree for Sunday dinner. But burned chicken she could handle. A burned heart, different story. Yet his Uncle Bud offered a simple blessing over their food a few minutes later that included a request for guidance for his niece. Tracy felt more at peace than she had since Michael had entered her life. Because her uncle was right. Michael hadn't asked for any guarantees or promises. If he chose to stay, it would mean he believed, as she did, that they had great potential. And if he didn't stay, well, long-distance courtships worked in books. Maybe they could in real life, too. Chapter 19. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to call it a day. Michael stopped refilling the fuel tank on the riding mower and turned. Tracy was silhouetted in the doorway of the equipment shed, the setting sun behind her outlining her slender figure and sparking the gold highlights in her hair. Nice. Even nicer? The notion of spending a free evening with her.
I like that plan.
Good. She strolled into the shed, shoulders sagging, faint shadows beneath her lower lashes. I need a hot bath and some shut-eye. After I take care of a few things on my non-cranberry to-do list. Oh well, a free evening together would have been nice if she wasn't so worn out, didn't have books to work on, wasn't running errands for her sick relatives, or didn't have a Helping Hands board meeting, church commitment, or one of a dozen other obligations that were always clamoring for her attention. But he did have a topic to discuss with her, and laying off earlier than usual might give him the opportunity to broach it, if he could claim half an hour of her time. And he knew the perfect bait to dangle.
Before you do all that, would you like to grab some tacos at Charlie's?
She deposited her sprayer on a shelf. I could be persuaded. I cooked ahead for Uncle Bud and Nancy when I came out after our interrupted walk yesterday afternoon, and tacos would save me having to fix dinner for myself. You want to clean up first?
Not unless you do.
He recapped the fuel tank, wiped his hands on a rag, and brushed some dust off his jeans.
I'm hungry.
The citizens of Hope Harbor have seen me dressed far worse than this. I say we go for it, if Charlie is serving at this hour.
We'll grab a bite somewhere else if he's not.
He pulled out his car keys, grabbed her hand, and tugged her toward the door.
Let's go.
I guess you weren't kidding about being hungry.
I never kid about food.
10 minutes later, as he claimed a parking spot on the wharf, Tracy grinned. We're in luck. He's still open.
Well, let's not push it. The window could crank closed any second.
She was already out of the car by the time he circled it. Taking her hand again, he picked up his pace until she had to break into a slow trot to keep up. Hey, this girl is tired. He won't shut the window in our faces. She waved at the proprietor. He waved back.
Sorry.
Michael slowed.
With my advanced state of hunger, the aroma of those tacos is like a dandelion to a honeybee.
She chuckled. A cranberry analogy, huh? I may make a grower out of you yet. When they drew up at the window, Charlie leaned his forearms on the counter and smiled.
I almost closed up 10 minutes ago, but a little voice told me to stay open for a while. Now I see why. You two look hungry. Working in the cranberry beds all day will do that to you. We'll have 2 full orders of the taco du jour.
Didn't matter what it was. After a dozen visits, Michael trusted Charlie to give him a great meal.
You're helping out at the farm?
Charlie pulled some fish fillets from a cooler and set them on the grill, then began chopping up an avocado. Yes, since last week, Tracy answered for him. With Uncle Bud felled by the flu, I don't know what I would have done if he hadn't offered. It was providential.
That's an apt word for it.
Charlie added some red onions to the mix.
How's the water situation at the farm? Been pretty dry lately.
Yeah, we're irrigating a couple hours every other day. You'd think all this overcast weather would produce some rain, wouldn't you? Tracy surveyed the cloud-studded sky. But the cranberries don't care where the moisture comes from.
No.
Charlie lined up some squares of paper on the counter and set a soft corn tortilla on each.
And it's amazing what a touch of water will do for a parched plant, isn't it?
The Mexican artist sent him a knowing look. Michael reached into the pocket of his jeans and fingered the slip of paper with the citation from Job. Like the tree that had been cut down and left to wither and die, he, too, was sprouting tender new branches, thanks to the woman beside him. Of course, Charlie couldn't have had any idea how things would develop the day he'd sent over that complimentary order of tacos. He'd just sensed a stranger's sadness and passed on the quote to offer a generic touch of hope. Hadn't he? Here you go. Charlie added a dollop of some mystery sauce to each taco, wrapped them up, and put them in a bag. Michael dug out his money clip. I can pay for my own. Tracy started to pull some bills from her jeans. He stopped her with a touch. This is on me. Consider it a business expense. I have a cranberry-related topic to discuss with you. What kind of topic? You want to get the waters? He gestured to the 2 bottles Charlie had set on the counter as he picked up the bag. What kind of topic? She grabbed the bottles. We'll talk about it in the boardroom. He motioned toward the bench where he'd met Anna. Thanks, Charlie. These smell great. You're welcome. Enjoy. Before they were halfway to the bench, the window on Charlie's truck had been rolled closed. Whew, that was close. The aroma from the bag set off a rumble in Michael's stomach. Not really. He was waiting for us. You heard him. He didn't try to hide his skepticism. How could he know we were coming? We didn't know until 20 minutes ago. Maybe he wasn't certain it would be us, but like he said, his instincts told him someone was coming. And I've learned never to discount Charlie's instincts. She sat and held out her hand for the bag. I'll divvy those up while you tell me about this topic you want to discuss. He claimed a spot on the bench and took the bundle of tacos she dug out for him. I've been thinking a lot about your financial problems at the farm, and I had a conversation with my dad yesterday that spurred a revenue-generating idea I wanted to run by you. I'm all for revenue generation. She rounded up some wayward pieces of shredded cheese and tucked them back in the tortilla, but her attention was focused on him. Have you ever thought about selling your family's cranberry nut cake on a commercial scale? Some sauce dripped out of her taco, onto the napkin on her lap. She didn't notice. You mean start a bakery? No. I'm talking about producing one item on a large scale, like the monks do who bake this fruitcake my dad likes. He relayed his conversation with his father, along with some of the information he'd gleaned from a web search, ending with the prices they charged and the volume they sold. She gulped. They get that much for each cake? Yes. I don't know what your cranberry production is, but I'm guessing a small portion of the crop would make a lot of cakes. The rest could be sold as usual. You could position it as a holiday offering in the beginning and expand if sales warrant. But I don't know a thing about baking on that scale. And we'd need to design packages and develop shipping procedures and create a marketing campaign. Her voice trailed off. Don't forget sampling and publicity. Michael leaned closer. But we can access some of that expertise without too much trouble. I have contacts with creative types, since we run all kinds of marketing campaigns for St. Joseph Center. My own background in nonprofit management would apply to marketing a product as well as an organization. And we both know someone who's an expert on cooking and baking in large batches. Who? More sauce dripped out of her taco. You better eat that before any more of it lands on your lap. She looked down. After wadding up the soiled napkin and replacing it with a clean one, she took a bite. Anna Williams. She cooked at the high school for years. Tracy's eyes widened, and she fumbled for her water bottle to wash down the bite of taco. Why on earth would she want to get involved in this? I don't know that she would, but I do think she's beginning to rejoin the human race. Consider the evidence. She gave me a place to stay, took in Grace, went back to church. And yesterday I noticed she'd opened all the shades in her house for the first time since I've been there. She took another bite of her taco. Michael could almost hear the gears whirring in her brain. She hadn't jumped at the idea, but it was bold, and it would take her out of her comfort zone. Yet with her accounting and cranberry background and his management and marketing skills, he had no doubt they could pull this off. If he decided to stick around long term. Even if he didn't, though, he could help her launch this, line up some people to assist, It's an interesting idea. A flicker of excitement began to glimmer in her eyes. I wonder if it would fly. I mean, I guess the recipe could be adapted for large-scale baking, but would people buy it?
They buy fruitcake, and having sampled the monk's pride and joy as well as your family recipe, all I can say is no contest. We just have to make certain we get lots of publicity. And there are a bunch of appealing angles, starting with berries grown on a 3-generation family farm and cake made from an old family recipe. Consumers are hungry for that personal touch. Pardon the pun. And so is the media.
That's true. Yet all at once her glimmer dimmed. But the initial capital investment is a huge stumbling block. Of course money was a problem. That's why he'd already thought it through.
It may not be as costly as you think.
Whatever the cost, it'll be too much. She poked at a dangling piece of red onion.
Small business loans are available, and you might find some potential investors. In fact, I happen to know a nonprofit executive from Chicago who would be interested in a piece of a venture like this.
She stared at him. I can't take your money.
It's not a gift. It's an investment. One I suspect could return a lot more than the paltry rate CDs pay. Besides, I don't think it would take that much to get this business up and running. But let's not jump the gun. Why don't I ask Anna first if she'd be willing to look at the recipe and offer an opinion about how difficult it would be to both adapt it to large batch baking and produce it in big volumes?
Tracy nibbled on her taco. I guess it wouldn't hurt to get her opinion. But let me run the idea by Uncle Bud first. He and I are in this together, and even though he keeps talking about retiring, for now, we're full partners. I want to be sure he's comfortable talking about our financial situation with people outside the family. After we finish our dinner, I'll drive out and discuss it with him.
I thought you had a long to-do list for this evening.
This is now top priority. She caught another glob of sauce before it hit the napkin, sucked it off her finger. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Amazing how such a simple gesture could make his pulse skyrocket, and... Think it has potential? Only her last few words registered. Becoming distracted by her lips was getting to be a habit, one he wasn't eager to break.
I think it has great potential.
He might not have heard her entire question, but the gist was clear. He hoped.
If your uncle's on board, why don't you email me the recipe? I can feel Anna out tomorrow when I drive her up to Coos Bay for an orthopedic appointment.
Too long a trip for Grace to tackle at this stage of her driving career?
Probably, but that's a moot point. Grace is reunited with her parents. She's planning to come over a few hours a day to help Anna this week, but she went home yesterday.
No kidding. Tracy finished off her second taco and moved on to the third, keeping pace with him. I wonder if Reverend Baker's sermon had anything to do with her change of heart.
Could be, but I suspect Anna had even more influence.
Why?
I think she and Grace bonded.
Tracy shook her head. Life is full of surprises, isn't it?
Yeah.
And one of the biggest of all was sitting right next to him. He left that unsaid as they finished their impromptu meal, but once he dropped her off at the cottage and was on his way back to the annex. Her last comment replayed in his mind. Life wasn't the only thing full of surprises. Hope Harbor was overflowing with them. And he had a feeling more were on the way. Gripping the top of the flat bag, Anna shaded her eyes and scanned the parking lot for Michael's focus. Congenial as he was, the man's patience was going to be taxed to the limit if she had to tap him for too many more trips to Coos Bay. Not to mention extra stops like this. Fortunately, she was mending well, according to the specialist who'd examined her shoulder. A Focus backed out of a spot a few rows down, and less than 60 seconds later, Michael pulled up in front of the store. Leaving the engine idling, he circled around to help her with the door and seatbelt.
Your mother taught you excellent manners.
He grinned.
I'll tell her you said that. There were times in my youth I think she despaired of me. I'll never forget the Sunday I snuck a frog into church in my pocket. which managed to get loose and hop up to the pulpit during the sermon. She never forgot it either. I expect she didn't. Anna tried without much success to sound stern. And that was just one of the many scrapes I got into as a kid. After taking his place behind the wheel again, he picked up the conversation as he maneuvered the car through the traffic toward 101. I think most little boys have a daredevil gene that can get them into trouble. I suppose so. Though truth be told, while John and she might have clashed on a multitude of issues, he'd never gotten into any real mischief. Until after George died. The car fell silent as they merged onto the highway, and Michael accelerated toward Hope Harbor. She sensed him, casting a few glances her direction, and an odd vibe wafted her way. Kind of like the one she'd felt the day he'd suggested she take Grace in. Something was up. Narrowing her eyes, she shifted toward him. No sense beating around the bush. "What's on your mind?" He passed a slow-moving truck and sent her an amused glance. "I think you're beginning to know me too well. I used to be decent at reading moods. It seems you still are. I do want to ask a favor. You don't have another young woman who needs refuge, do you?" "No, but I have a young woman who could benefit from your culinary expertise." She arched an eyebrow. "I'm not a culinary expert." "You ran the high school cafeteria for years. You cook for both of the clergymen in town. I'd say that qualifies you as an expert." "I don't have any formal training." "You have a better credential, experience. Interested?" "I might be. Especially if this project made her feel alive again, like helping the Lewis family had." "Who's the woman and what kind of culinary assistance does she need?" Michael pulled a folded piece of paper out of the pocket of his windbreaker and handed it over. "Tracy Campbell, Harbor Point Cranberries, is having financial problems, and I came up with an idea that might help them generate some income. You're holding it." She opened the slip of paper and skimmed it. "This is a recipe." "I'm hoping it can be a profitable business." As he filled her in on the background and fleshed out his idea, Anna gave the recipe a more thorough read and tried to contain the sudden zip of excitement that raced through her veins. A project like this would be a lot of hard work, but it could also be satisfying, and perhaps even fun. Now there was a word that hadn't been in her vocabulary for a while. "I know the cake is good." Michael flipped on his lights as they turned a corner and went from sun to fog. "I scarfed down a whole loaf of it last week, so I have no worries about whether it would sell. The question is whether the recipe can work on a commercial scale. That's where your expertise comes in." "I don't see why not. It might need some fine-tuning, but I'm used to translating recipes for large batch preparation. Those ginger cookies I gave you were a particular favorite at the high school, and they started with a family-sized recipe." She lowered the sheet to her lap. "Who's going to run this operation, and where do you intend to bake these cakes?" "None of those details have been worked out. There's also an issue of funding. We're in the early stages." "We?" Michael's complexion reddened slightly. "I'm helping Tracy out." Also walking hand in hand on the beach with her. Romance appeared to be in the air, along with the quest to save the cranberry farm. "Well, if you need someone to coordinate the baking, I might be interested. And the high school kitchen would be ideal. I have connections there, and it's not used at night or on the weekends or in the summer. That would give us plenty of time to bake cakes, at least in the early stages of this project. I suspect if the school was offered a small portion of the proceeds, they'd be happy to cooperate. The sports programs are always underfunded." Michael looked over at her. "Did you ever work in the business world?" "No." "You missed your calling. Those are all great ideas. I'm sure I can come up with more after I think through this for a day or two. In terms of funding," she took a deep breath. There was more than enough in her portfolio to provide a comfortable living for the rest of her life, thanks to the wise investment she and George had made. Why not use a portion of the excess to give someone else a boost? "I have one investor in mind already. Michael flashed her a grin. Me. The man was putting his own money behind this? Definitely romance in the air. I might be interested in investing a little, too. You seem to have a clear-thinking mind and a solid work ethic, and I know Tracy does. If you're both committed to this, I expect it'll fly. The three of us should sit down and talk about it. If you want me to get involved, that is. I'll run it by Tracy later today, but I think you'd be a tremendous asset to the team. Throat closing, Anna turned aside on the pretense of adjusting her seatbelt. When was the last time anyone had viewed her as an asset? Or the member of a team? Oh, the clergymen missed her cooking, but anyone could make meatloaf. Besides, that was a solo occupation. This challenging project would involve a team effort, and she could contribute. George had always praised her head for business, and she knew her way around a commercial kitchen. Wouldn't it be amazing if this was the beginning of a whole new chapter for her? All thanks to the man beside her, a stranger who'd walked into her life a month ago and ended up transforming it. He might be paying her to live in the annex, but after all he'd done for her, she should be paying him. Too bad he couldn't also help her resolve her deepest sorrow. That, however, was hers alone to muddle through. And while hard work and an infusion of capital might solve the problem at Harbor Point Cranberries, neither of those would resolve her issues with John. A recipe, however, might. One that contained hefty portions of humility, remorse, understanding, empathy, and love. But even if she could whip up all those ingredients, the finished product would be a whole lot harder sell than a tasty cranberry nut cake. Chapter 20. Michael was amazing. As Tracy pedaled into town on autopilot, psyching herself up to whip through the errand she'd deferred from 2 days ago, she replayed their morning meeting with Anna. He'd run the discussion like the executive he was, efficient, on topic, cutting to the chase on every issue. They'd reviewed some package design quotes he'd already gotten from vendors he knew, listened to Anna's comments on the recipe and the positive response she'd received from the high school, and reviewed the very preliminary cost-revenue analysis she herself had done, based on limited information and a lot of guesswork. As for the older woman's willingness to put money into the venture, mind-blowing. Bottom line, it appeared Michael's idea had legs. Who could ever have guessed that an old family recipe might... Tracy! At the summons, she braked, balancing herself with one foot on the pavement. Father Kevin and Reverend Baker waved at her from across the street, each carrying a brown bag from Charlie's. After dodging the cars on Dockside Drive, they joined her. Good morning. Or was it? She checked her watch. Sheesh, 12:15 already. Sorry, afternoon. That's okay. I often lose track of the days, let alone the mornings and afternoons. Father Kevin grinned at her. Do you have a minute? Paul and I have an idea we wanted to run by you. Another one? Her brain was already on overload from this morning. Squelching a sigh, she shoved the baking project to a mental back burner. Sure. We've reviewed Michael's report, and Paul and I believe that if we want Helping Hands to be as effective as possible, a paid director would be the best option. I agree, but there's no money for that. Not even seed money to fund the job for a few months until a director could get some fundraising efforts rolling. Michael and I talked about it, and I don't think anyone would take a job like that on spec. People do have to eat. Of course. Reverend Baker transferred his bag from one hand to the other, sending a tantalizing aroma wafting her way. Somehow breakfast had slipped through the cracks in her busy schedule. But we think perhaps this job could be a part-time position, at least in the beginning. In fact, if the person we hired was experienced, it might be able to remain part-time, because a professional would be able to accomplish a lot more much faster than we do, with our well-meaning but amateur piecemeal efforts. Father Kevin finished his friend's thought. Yes, and if it was part-time, this person could also work another job. That should tide them over until there was money in the till to begin paying a salary at Helping Hands. Tracy pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. It won't be easy to find someone in this area with the kind of high-level skills you're talking about. And I can't think of any supplemental part-time work around Hope Harbor that would adequately compensate a person with that kind of background. The two clergymen exchanged a look, and Reverend Baker spoke. Unless we could find someone who might have the resources and willingness to do this for free until it's up and running. Like Michael. Tracy stared at them. Michael? He has the credentials, and he's already up to speed on the organization. Father Kevin rocked forward on his toes, radiating enthusiasm. We were reluctant to put him on the spot, so since you two seem to have become good friends, we decided to get your take first. It wouldn't have to be a long-term arrangement. We just need someone to get the thing rolling and put us on the right track. Naturally, it all depends on how long he's planning to stay. Not long enough. He has to be back on the job in Chicago July 14th. Both of their faces fell. I guess our idea wasn't as inspired as we thought. Father Kevin exhaled and dropped back on his heels. I'm glad we talked with you before mentioning it at the next board meeting. Reverend Baker gave her a resigned smile. Sorry to delay you, my dear, and please give Michael our best. Will the two of you be coming to services again on Sunday? We haven't discussed it yet, but I think so. Good. Kevin and I sent him a thank you note for all his work, but I'd like to express my gratitude in person. Or you could come to the 10:30 Mass instead. We're always glad to have new parishioners. Father Kevin winked at her. Trying to steal my congregation again, I see. Reverend Baker pretended to bristle. Miracles do happen, you know. Ha! If I were you, I'd stick to working on my golf game. Getting your score under par would be miracle enough. Tracy smothered a grin. The two of them might indulge in verbal sparring and nurture a friendly rivalry, but Father Kevin's welcome gift of a box of Titleist high-end balls and an invitation to the links had been the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Well, if you two don't need anything else... No, we've delayed you too long already. Besides, our lunch is getting cold. Father Kevin crinkled the bag in his fingers. Have a blessed day. Lifting their lunches in unison, the two men recrossed the street and strolled toward the pocket park tucked between the wharf and the river, next to Charlie's. Tracy continued to sweet dreams for one of the coffee cakes Nancy enjoyed. But her mind wasn't on her bakery visit. It was too busy pondering the idea broached by the clergyman. Michael as the part-time director of Helping Hands. Was it possible that idea, too, might have legs? If Michael decided to stay? Even if he did, though, could he afford to take on a job that wouldn't offer any financial compensation for the first few months? He obviously had some money in reserve, or he wouldn't be willing to invest in the Harbor Point baking venture. But that bout of generosity might have taxed his resources to the limit. Besides, if he was thinking about making a big change in his life, non-profit work might no longer hold any appeal. Based on his history, it was very possible he'd want to find a different kind of job. Tracy handed the money for the coffee cake to the clerk with a distracted thank you and returned to her bike. Stewing about those issues was useless. Why not ask him about his plans? After all, if they wanted to deepen their relationship, open, honest communication was important. Even if honesty didn't always produce the hoped-for answer. Anna filled the seed holder and slid it into position in the cage, leaning close to inspect the chickadee. Well, my friend, your stay with me is about up, and you'll be glad to leave, won't you, now that Thumper and your raccoon buddy are gone? After letting out a soft whistle, the bird went back to eating with gusto. The phone rang, and Anna sent it an annoyed glance. Another charitable solicitation, no doubt, or one of those calls about reducing credit card debt. She ought to get rid of the landline. Why waste the money? Her bare-bones cell was sufficient for the few calls she placed.
Except John knew this number. Huffing out a breath, Anna resealed the bag of seeds and plunked it on a shelf as the machine rolled to voicemail. How pathetic was that? Like he'd actually pick up the phone one day out of the blue and... "Anna? It's Joyce." Her lungs froze, and she groped for the edge of the counter. I wasn't sure if this number was still good, but I guess it is. I wanted to let you know we're having a potluck at church on Saturday night. You might have seen the notice in the bulletin." The woman sounded as if she'd been running, her words choppy and breathless. "Anyway, your scalloped potatoes used to be a favorite, and if you want to come, well, I'll be there too. I could save you a place." Silence for a moment. "Also, I didn't get a chance to ask about your sling on Sunday, but if you need any help, let me know. Take care." The line went dead. For a full 60 seconds, Anna didn't move. When had she last gotten a personal call on her home phone? Too many years to count. Now this from Joyce, all because she'd made a simple, cordial overture. Pressure built behind her eyes. Despite all the years that had passed, her old friend was willing to offer her a second chance, like the father in the prodigal son story. Her gaze slid to the flat beige envelope lying on the kitchen counter, where it had rested since her trip to Coos Bay on Monday. A spur-of-the-moment purchase she'd almost thrown out the same night. Slowly, she crossed to it, fingered the top, pulled out the card, and read the cover. "Happy 40th birthday to a special son." Hard to believe John would be 40 on Saturday. Card in hand, she moved into the living room, pausing beside the piano where he'd practiced with singular focus and determination to master the difficult, challenging pieces his teacher assigned. She stroked a hand over the music stand, ran her fingers across the keys. The instrument was in perfect tune, as usual. Another unnecessary expense. The only one with any musical talent in the family had been John. Gracious, she hardly knew a treble from a bass clef. Yet here the piano had sat, taking up space for almost 2 decades. A part of John she'd never been able to let go. Because he'd added such beautiful music to her life, in so many ways. She returned to the kitchen, stopping as she passed to touch the outdated answering machine that held Joyce's message. Proof that reaching out could have positive results, even in the case of very old hurts. Her fingers clenched around the card. Might a similar olive branch work with John? Yet if it didn't, the door would be shut forever. Lowering herself into the chair at the small built-in desk, Anna brushed a finger over the lettering for the word son. The embossed design gave the card dimension, the very thing missing from her life for almost 2 decades, after her world flattened the day John walked out. Wouldn't it be amazing if they actually reconnected? That would never happen, though, if she let fear paralyze her. Yes, it was possible he'd ignore her attempt at reconciliation, and yes, it would be difficult to bear a final rejection. Yet she'd be no more alone than she was now. And alone wasn't working for her anymore. Taking a deep breath, Anna opened the card, picked up a pen, and began to write. "Ouch!" At Tracy's exclamation, Michael shaded his eyes and squinted farther down the deer fence. "What's wrong?" "Bee sting." He dropped his shovel and strode toward her. The spot on her forearm was already turning red beneath the stinger protruding from her skin. "How can I help?" "You can't. Once you're stung, you're stung. I just need to get the stinger out ASAP." She tugged off her work gloves, then dragged her fingernail across the stinger, pulling it free. She was a mean one. She? Only female honeybees can sting, and this one packed quite a punch. She displayed the stinger on her fingertip. "I thought they were supposed to be calm." "They are, unless you rest an arm right on them." He winced, leaning closer to examine the stinger.
"What's the thing on the end?"
"An efficient little pump that continues to push poison into the wound after you get stung. Very clever design." She flicked off the stinger and dug a small tube of toothpaste out of her pocket. After squeezing some on her finger, she spread it over the inflamed area.
"Home remedy?"
"It works."
"Shouldn't you wash the area first?"
She gave him a teasing look. "You are a city boy. Here in the country, we just carry on. I'm good to go unless this swells." Michael frowned. When had he last been stung by a bee? The school picnic in 5th grade, maybe? The date might be fuzzy, but he had no problem recalling how it had throbbed like the dickens.
"Doesn't it hurt?"
"Yep." She resettled her baseball cap and waved off another bee. "But bee stings are one of the hazards of cranberry growing. I've been stung too many times to count. The toothpaste will take care of the pain in a few minutes. If it swells, I'll ice it." She gestured to a shady spot beside the dike. "Why don't we take a break, though? I could use some water."
"Works for me."
He followed her to the tractor. She pulled 2 bottles from the small cooler she'd brought along and handed him one. Michael twisted off the cap and took a long pull while she did the same. "Let's take advantage of that shade." Without waiting for a reply, she led the way to the dappled patch of ground and dropped down, sitting cross-legged as she removed her baseball cap. After joining her, he pulled his legs up and rested his forearms on his knees, letting the peace and quiet seep into his soul. The kinks that had knotted his neck and shoulders since Julie died loosened another notch, as they'd done each day he spent in the fresh air doing physical labor, with Tracy nearby. He turned his head and caught her watching him. Her expression was, what? Nervous? Unsettled? Cautious? Whatever emotion it reflected, his antennas went up.
"You look like a lady who has something on her mind."
"A few things." She lifted the bottle and took a long sip, her slender throat working as she swallowed. "One of them concerns you and your plans." Ah, now he could identify the emotion. It was worry.
"I've been praying about that. Unfortunately, I haven't had any blinding flashes of insight."
"Does that mean a move out here is still a possibility?"
"I haven't ruled it out."
He dangled the bottle from his fingers, between his knees. Should he mention his mixed feelings about relocating to a town his wife had cherished? Or his nagging feeling of guilt about moving on to a new love after failing Julie so badly? Or his fear that maybe he hadn't learned his lesson about priorities and could end up hurting a woman who'd already known more than her share of hurts? No. Those were issues he needed to work through on his own. Tracy had too much on her plate already. When the silence lengthened, she spoke again. "In that case, I want to tell you about a conversation I had with our local clergy today." He listened as she recounted her meeting with the priest and minister, along with their query about his interest. "In the end, I told them you were scheduled to leave in less than 3 weeks. I didn't create any expectations on their end. But if you're leaning towards staying and have any interest in taking on the leadership role part-time, they'd be thrilled to have you. The whole board would, if you could handle being unpaid for the first few months." She lifted her bottle and finished off the water. He did the same, buying himself a few moments to think. A ready-made job that played to his strengths was appealing, especially the part-time aspect. That should make it easier to keep work from dominating his life. And once he got Helping Hands organized and secured more consistent funding, he could cede the position to a qualified candidate if he chose. It was ideal in many ways, though it would require him to accelerate his decision about his life in Chicago. Tracy looked over at him in silence, waiting for his reaction.
"I could manage the finances."
Best to start with the straightforward part.
"Anna's rent is reasonable, and she might sweeten the deal for an extended stay. My day-to-day expenses are minimal, and even after investing in the cranberry project, I'll have some reserves. It's an appealing offer on a lot of levels. What do you think about it?"
She shifted her focus to the cranberry beds. the breeze playing with a few soft wisps of hair that had escaped her ponytail. Faint creases marred her forehead, and when she spoke, he had a feeling she was choosing her words with care. "This has to be your decision, Michael. I'd hate myself if I tried to influence you and you ended up having regrets." Another bee buzzed her, and she lifted a hand to wave it away, giving him a front and center view of her forearm. Despite the application of toothpaste, it was clear the sting had swollen. He reached over and captured her hand. "I think this needs ice." He laid a gentle finger beside the reddened skin. She spared it no more than a cursory scan. "I'll give it another half hour." She tried to retract her hand, but he held fast. "Can I tell you something?" She searched his face. "Sure, I guess." "If I followed my instincts, I'd resign from St. Joseph Center tomorrow, take the job with Helping Hands, pitch in at the farm, and focus on wooing you." Her features softened, yet her gaze remained steady. But given our histories, I think it's prudent not to rush a decision that could affect the rest of our lives. I gave the same answer to Uncle Bud not long ago when he asked me how things were going with us. He didn't diss prudence, but he did caution me not to let logic or fear or doubts or bad experiences deafen me to the voice of my heart. In his opinion, feelings do count. Smart man. Yes, he is. And his advice is generally sound. So I think you should take your time. But also listen to my heart. That's what Uncle Bud would counsel. He swiveled toward her and scooted closer, twining his fingers with hers. "Do you know what my heart is saying at this moment?" "I think I can guess. And it's not very prudent." No, it wasn't. Especially since he wasn't the only one with a lot at stake here. Until he got a better handle on how to proceed, it wasn't fair to Tracy to create an emotional connection that would leave her bruised and hurting if he ended up going back to Chicago for good. Yet here, under a cloudless blue sky, with the tang of salt in the air and the lilting song of birds scoring the scene, and her delicate hand in his, being with this woman seemed not only right, but meant to be. For always. And whether or not that came to pass, he wanted a kiss. Now. Lifting his hand, he leaned closer and cupped her nape, exerting gentle pressure to pull her toward him. She came without resistance, her arms circling his neck as she took the lead with a depth of passion, with an urgency and need that shot his pulse into the stratosphere. This wasn't the simple melding of lips he'd intended. This was her way of telling him, without ever uttering a word, how much he'd come to mean to her. And it blew him away, even as he pressed her close, returning as much as she gave, letting his heart have its say. When the kiss ended, Tracy leaned her forehead against his, her breathing ragged. Or was that his breathing? Didn't matter. The next instant, she wiggled free of his arms, grabbed her cap, and jumped to her feet. "Race you back to the fence." Before he could reply, she was off, a lithe figure on the run. To the fence, or away from the tumultuous emotions the kiss had clearly stirred up in both of them? He rose with far less haste, giving his blood pressure a chance to drop back somewhere in the vicinity of normal range. If he was a betting man, he'd lay money on the latter. She was running away, and running scared, as any prudent woman would. After grabbing the staple gun he'd been using to secure the wire fencing to the cedar posts they'd installed, he followed her back to the bed. He wasn't sorry about that kiss, but what it revealed was a wake-up call. Tracy was falling fast, and so was he. So, to save them both another dose of heartache, he needed to make some decisions about his future. And he needed to do it soon. Chapter 21. "Hey, Dad, check this out. A birthday card from someone in your hometown." Kelsey Williams bounded into the den, clutching a bunch of mail in one hand and waving a beige envelope in the other. Frowning, John looked up from his laptop. A card from Hope Harbor? How weird was that? He hadn't kept in touch with a single person from his youth. Kelsey plopped beside him on the couch, as usual a bottomless bundle of energy, and held out the envelope. His heart stammered. No need to read the return address or open the card to know who it was from. Even after a gap of 19-plus years, he knew his mother's handwriting. Beside him, Kelsey went still. "Is this from my grandmother?" For a 14-year-old, his daughter had an uncanny ability to tune into moods. He forced his lungs to re-engage. "Yes." "Epic!" Not the word he would have chosen. "What's epic?" His wife entered the room, carrying a huge bowl of popcorn along with the old movie he'd chosen as a lead-in to his birthday dinner. Kelsey waved the beige envelope. "He got a birthday card from his mom." As Denise set the bowl on the coffee table, her startled gaze connected with his. A more appropriate reaction than Kelsey's. But Denise was the only one who knew the full story of the estrangement. "You okay?" Her question was quiet, her touch on his arm gentle. "Yeah." Kelsey held out the card again. "Don't you want to open it?"
Later.
Maybe.
Put it on the table with the rest of the mail for now."
His daughter gave a theatrical sigh but complied. "I can't believe you don't want to see what it says."
Whatever the message, it will keep. He powered down his laptop and closed the lid. Right now, I want to watch a movie with my two favorite people in the world.
"I'll get it going." Denise opened the DVD case. "Kelsey, why don't you fix our drinks?" "I'm on it. The usual for everybody?"
"Yes."
Denise sat beside him and took his hand as their daughter bounded out of the room. "What are you thinking?" He forced a smile.
"That I am lucky to be married to an eminent psychologist, because I might need to engage your professional services if I decide to open that."
He nodded to the card. "I'm asking as your wife, not as a psychologist."
"Yeah, I know." He pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her. This woman who'd anchored his life and given it new meaning during some of his darkest hours. The woman he loved more than life itself. "I'm thinking it's surreal. She wrote me off long ago." Denise pulled back slightly as the muffled sound of ice clinking into glasses filtered in from the kitchen.
"I think you wrote each other off."
True. Distance had given him perspective, if nothing else. There was fault on both sides for the estrangement, but more of it was on his mother's. On that point, he never wavered. I wonder why she'd contact me after all these years. Denise fingered the DVD, holding it by the edges, taking care not to damage the fragile disc. Sometimes a life-changing event can prompt people to try to deal with unresolved issues in their past. Like a bad medical report. It was the first thing that had come to his mind. Maybe his mother had been diagnosed with some terminal condition. Odd how that thought twisted his stomach when she hadn't been part of his life for almost 2 decades. That's one possibility, but I wouldn't jump to conclusions too fast. She tipped her head toward the card. There's an easy way to find out. No, not easy at all. No matter what the card said, he wasn't ready to read it.
"I thought you were going to start the movie."
Kelsey reappeared in the doorway, balancing a tray holding 3 glasses, and crossed to the sofa. Coming right up. With a final squeeze of his hand, Denise rose and slid the disc into the player. A flash of lightning, followed by a window-rattling boom of thunder, raised the hair on his neck as the opening music for North by Northwest began to play. The turbulent weather was a perfect accompaniment for the classic Hitchcock suspense film. And also for the turmoil roiling in his gut. Denise nestled in beside him, and Kelsey dived into the popcorn on his other side. This was the best gift he could get for his 40th birthday. A perfect afternoon and evening with the family that was the center of his world. Yet as the movie began, as Cary Grant found himself pulled out of his quiet, predictable life and thrust into the midst of danger and intrigue,
John felt his pain, thanks to the slim beige envelope resting on a table 3 feet away. Because it might contain words that would change his world forever, if he found the courage to open it and read them. And that was a big if. "Are you certain I can't convince you to join me? There's always been plenty of food at the potlucks." Anna took the arm Michael offered and slid from his car. He opened the back door and retrieved the casserole carrier from the seat.
"No thanks. I'm too tired from a full week at the farm to have the energy for socializing. Would you like me to carry this in for you?"
"Thanks, but I'm used to toting food around." She gripped the handle in her sling-free hand.
"Remember, I'll be happy to pick you up later if you like. All you have to do is call my cell."
"I may do that if I can't get a ride. But an old friend is planning to be here, and she may be willing to drop me off. What are your plans for the evening?"
"A quick stop at Charlie's, followed by a walk on the beach."
"Sounds pleasant." She took a deep breath and nodded toward the church hall. "Let's hope everyone took Reverend Baker's sermon to heart last Sunday. I have some fences to mend."
"There might be a few holdouts, but I have a feeling you'll win them over."
"I hope you're right. And I do have one ally. She might help pave the way." "Well," Anna straightened her shoulders, "here goes nothing." With that, she marched toward the door of the church hall and into the fray. The lady had pluck, he'd give her that. Walking into the unknown was always difficult, no matter your age or circumstances. Heaving a sigh, Michael circled back to the driver's seat and continued down Dockside Drive to join the queue at Charlie's. A family group and 2 couples were ahead of him, but the wait would be worth it, though the time would go much faster if he had company. Too bad Tracy's backlog of accounting work had consigned him to a solo evening. In fairness, however, it wasn't much of a Saturday night for her either. He tuned out the couple ahead of him that was debating the merits of a movie versus some club in Coos Bay, focusing instead on the boats in the marina that had found a safe haven in Hope Harbor. Would the town offer the same to him if he stayed? Or would its connection to Julie fuel the deep, aching regret he couldn't shake? And was it even fair to his late wife to come at last to the place she'd held dear, only to find love with a different woman? The notion that he'd honor her memory by creating a new and better life built on the lessons he'd learned from his mistakes sounded nice. But was it more rationalization than truth? Michael shoved his hands in his pockets, fisting them. He was no closer to finding those answers now than he'd been days ago. And in just over 2 weeks, he was scheduled to begin the long drive back to Chicago.
"You're up, Michael."
At the summons from Charlie, he swiveled back to the taco truck. The other customers had wandered off, brown bags in hand, to claim benches or a picnic table in the pocket park. He moved to the window.
"One order."
"Tracy isn't joining you tonight?" Charlie began assembling the tacos with his usual smooth efficiency.
"No, she's crunching numbers for some accounting clients."
"She works hard."
"Too hard."
"The cranberry business is tough."
"It's hard to make a living as a grower these days." "So I've discovered."
Charlie sprinkled what looked like shredded cabbage on 3 tortillas and added a dollop of something.
"You still helping out at Harbor Point?" "Yes, and working on a new project that could give the farm a financial boost. The trouble is, I'm scheduled to leave soon."
"Schedules can change."
"But jobs don't stay in limbo forever. I push the limits to get 2 months off."
"You ready to go back?" He flipped the fish he'd placed on the grill.
"Not even close."
"Hope Harbor has a lot to offer." Charlie dropped onto a stool behind the counter, giving him his full attention while the fillets finished cooking. Michael swallowed.
"It also has a lot of baggage."
The artist's eyebrows rose.
"You've been here before?" "No, but my late wife, her family used to vacation here when she was a child. She always wanted me to visit with her, but other things kept taking precedence."
He raked his fingers through his hair.
I'm afraid the town might always be a reminder of my messed-up priorities.
As the admission hung in the air between them, he froze. Baring his soul even to friends and family wasn't his usual modus operandi, let alone spilling his guts to a casual acquaintance.
I see your point. What was your wife's name?
He was in too deep to get out.
Julie. And she would have been a summer visitor here, 25 years ago? That sounds about right. Can you describe her as a little girl?
Michael tried to call up her image from the childhood photos she'd shown him, many of which had been taken on the Hope Harbor beach.
She was a skinny little thing, long wavy blonde hair and big blue eyes with the most amazing sparkle. Did she have a pink I Love Hope Harbor t-shirt? One of those with a heart instead of the word?
Michael squinted at the man.
Yes, she did.
She'd been wearing it in one of the photos he'd found among her keepsakes when he'd gone through her things. Charlie rose, tossed a handful of chopped tomatoes on the tacos, gave the fish a final turn, and moved to the wall papered with children's artwork. He dug through the layers, pulled one drawing free, and set it on the counter.
I think this was from her. She and her family were regulars. And she gave it to me her last day here on one of their trips.
While Charlie assembled the tacos and wrapped them in parchment paper, Michael stared at the crude crayon drawing. A stick-figure blonde-haired girl was in the center, standing on the beach with the sea stacks behind her, arms outstretched, a huge smile on her face. The artist had written the words, "Be happy," in big letters across the cloudless blue sky at the top. It could have been done by any child. Except this girl was wearing a pink I Heart Hope Harbor t-shirt. And it was dated and signed at the bottom. "To Charlie, the world's best taco maker. Love, Julie." The signature might be childish, but it was his wife's. Same slant, same large caps, same curlicues on the end of her E's. She'd drawn this when she was 10.
You think that's her?
Charlie slid the tacos into a bag.
I know it is. How did you... Why do you... This is from 20 years ago. What can I say? He shrugged. I like art, especially children's art. And how do you throw away a gift from the heart like this?
He tapped the drawing that had yellowed through the decades and collected more than a few grease spots.
I don't display all the pictures my young customers have given me. Some are in boxes at the studio, but my favorites are here.
Michael groped for his wallet and set a $10 bill on the counter, struggling to come to grips with the latest curve Hope Harbor had thrown him.
I like the message, don't you?
The man counted out his change and tapped the words, "Be happy."
It's timeless.
Yeah, it was. And it captured Julie's personality perfectly. The woman he'd loved had radiated joy, and she'd wanted all those she cared about to share it. It seemed she'd always been that way. Hand trembling, Michael ran his fingertips over the decades-old drawing.
You can take that with you if you like.
Charlie straightened out a bent corner.
I have a feeling I was only the caretaker.
Thanks. The single word was all he could manage. Julie's drawing in one hand, bag in the other, Michael returned to his car. When he looked back at the taco stand, a new batch of customers had descended. Odd how no one had disturbed them while he'd been at the window on a busy Saturday night. It was like fate, or some force even more powerful. Michael fitted the key in the ignition, put the car in gear, and headed for the beach to eat his dinner, take a long walk, and do some serious thinking. After hanging a left at the end of Dockside Drive, he began the ascent to the bluffs. But his previous thought kept strobing through his mind.
Some force even more powerful. Like God?
All these weeks, he'd wondered if the Almighty was hearing his desperate pleas for guidance and direction. There'd been no bolt from the blue, no writing in the sky, not so much as a subtle hint. Yet in hindsight, it seemed God had been consistently nudging him along. Every single thing that had happened since his arrival in Hope Harbor had been transforming his life, opening new doors, taking him down paths he'd never expected to travel. Now this. He glanced over at the drawing on the seat beside him, a final gift from the woman he'd loved. Be happy. That was about as close to writing in the sky as you could get. Now all he had to do was define exactly what it would take for him to achieve the goal Julie had penned 2 decades ago. The red new message light was blinking. Heart pounding, Anna set the quilted casserole carrier on the counter, wiped her damp palm down her slacks, and edged toward the answering machine. It wasn't John. It couldn't be. One card wouldn't wipe out 19 years' worth of hurt. Not this fast, anyway. Could it? Please, God, let it be him. She lifted her hand and pressed a shaky finger against the play button. Mrs. Williams, this is Ellen Lewis. We're planning to attend services tomorrow at the church you and Grace went to last week, and we wondered if you'd like us to pick you up. Just give me a call. And thank you again for all your help. Things here are so much better. Talk to you soon. There were no more messages. Swallowing past her foolish disappointment, Anna turned away from the machine. Of course John wouldn't call this fast. Maybe, after thinking for a few days about what she'd written, he might consider getting in touch, assuming he'd open the card. For all she knew, it had hit the trash seconds after it landed in his hands. Trudging over to the sink, she unzipped the carrier, or tried to. It took 3 attempts, thanks to the tremors running through her fingers. All so foolish. She was too old, with too many hard miles on her odometer to get carried away with impossible dreams. Those were for the young who hadn't yet been tainted by the harsh realities of life. She should be grateful Joyce had given her a second chance instead of wishing for the moon. She put the casserole in the sink and twisted on the hot water tap to soften the potato residue that had hardened on the interior. There were other things to be grateful for today, too. The Lewises were back together, and the event tonight had gone far better than she'd expected, thanks to Joyce's intervention. The welcome she received might have been cautious, but no one had snubbed her. She could become part of this community again if she made the effort. Plus, there was a baking business to launch, giving her a new purpose, and... The phone jangled, and she jerked, her uninjured hand flying to her chest, hope swelling again despite her best effort to contain it. Wiping her hand on a towel, she hurried across the room and snatched up the receiver with a breathless greeting. Anna? Joyce, you sound winded. She closed her eyes and sagged against the counter. I, had to hustle to pick up before the call rolled to the machine. Oh, well, I wanted to let you know I found your wallet on the passenger seat floor after I got home. It must have fallen out of your purse. Shall I run it back over? Her lungs kicked back in. No need. I won't be going anywhere tonight. I'll give it to you when I stop by tomorrow to pick you up for church, then. That would be fine. And Joyce, it was really nice chatting with you tonight. It brought back a lot of happy memories. For me, too. The woman's last word came out choked, and when she continued, her voice was shaky. I'll see you tomorrow. Once they said their goodbyes, Anna placed a quick call to Ellen Lewis to decline her offer of a ride, then wandered back to the sink. The crusty potato remnants had loosened, and in short order she'd cleaned the dish until it was like new despite her one-handed scrubbing. Perhaps her relationship with John could sparkle again, if he'd opened her card. With a rueful shake of her head, she stowed the spotless dish. At this stage of her life, she should have learned that in general, happy endings were confined to books. Yet try as she might, she couldn't quite snuff out the tiny flicker of hope that burned deep in her heart. Chapter 22. "Here you go, Eleanor." Tracy handed the older woman the small grocery bag containing baking powder and chocolate chips. "Thank you, my dear. I'm sorry to bother you with this on Sunday afternoon. I'd completely forgotten about signing up to make dessert for Reverend Baker this weekend until Margie from the food committee reminded me after the service." She leaned sideways and peered down the front walk. "Did you bring Michael with you again? You two made quite the handsome couple at church this morning." With an effort, Tracy held on to her smile. Michael might have been with her in body, but his mind had been far away. Something was up. "No, he's out at the farm helping Uncle Bud finish a fence repair that couldn't wait. Shep and Ziggy can't stand guard against the deer 24/7. I'm on my way to join them now." "Pitching in at the farm, is he?" The older woman gave an approving nod. "I like a man who's not afraid to get his hands dirty." That made two of them. But Tracy wasn't about to discuss her preferences in men with Eleanor. Not after the unsettling vibe she'd gotten this morning from the very man she preferred. She eased away from the door. "I better get moving. There's a lot of work to be done today." "You fit in some fun, too. Preferably with that nice young man. I have a feeling he knows how to show a lady a memorable time." She was out of here. Talk to you soon." With a wave, she jogged down the path, mounted her bike, and took off, pedaling at double speed. The sooner to see that nice young man and try to get a read on his earlier distraction. But when she pulled into Harbor Point Cranberries, less than 15 minutes later, his focus wasn't there. "You got here fast." Uncle Bud strolled out of the equipment shed, staple gun in hand. "Where's Michael?" "He left 10 minutes ago after he got a phone call. Said he had some urgent business to deal with. You want to help me finish up the corner post? I need another set of hands." "Sure." She started toward the shed to get her gloves. "Hey." She stopped and turned back. "Cheer up." "I'm cheery." "Could have fooled me." Her uncle was way too observant. She shrugged and towed a piece of gravel, shoving her fingers into the front pockets of her jeans. "Just wondering about Michael's call. It must have been important for him to renege on his commitment to help out here today." "I expect it was." Uncle Bud weighed the staple gun in his hand. "You're worried he's gonna leave, aren't you?" "Might as well admit the truth." "Yeah." "You know, while we were working today, he talked a fair amount about the cranberry nut cake project, and he used the word 'we' a lot. If he was thinking of cutting out, seems to me he wouldn't be doing that. Why don't you ask him about his plans if you're worried?" "I did. Last time we talked about it, he was still trying to figure out what he should do."
"It's a big decision."
"I know." She brushed some stray strands of hair back from her forehead. "Let me grab my gloves." It took her less than 30 seconds to retrieve them, and when she exited the shed, her uncle was waiting where she'd left him. "You been bending the Lord's ear about this?" "Some." "Keep it up, and I'll join you. A man faced with a decision like that needs a lot of guidance. Best thing we can do is put it in God's hands and let him handle the hard work." She pulled on one glove, shoulders slumping. "That sounds good in theory, anyway." "Don't I know it?" He bent down to pet Ziggy as the collie bounded up. "Worry is tough to shake, no matter how strong a person's faith is. Smart, capable, competent people like us," he winked at her, "want to take charge and get answers now. Trouble is, our timeline isn't always God's. All we can do is pray Michael eventually makes the right decision for everyone involved." She tugged on the other glove, trying for a casual tone. "So if he decides to stay, how would you feel about that?"
"You want the truth?"
Her stomach bottomed out. Uncle Bud was a superb judge of character, and if he had any reservations about Michael, she'd have to give them serious consideration. Maybe she shouldn't have asked. But burying your head in the sand didn't make storms go away, as he'd always taught her. She swallowed. "Yes."
"From what I've seen, I think he's a fine man. And you didn't ask me about this, but I'll tell you anyway. I also think you suit each other. I liked Craig, but after watching you with Michael, I think he's a better match."
"How can you know that already? He's only been in town a month."
"Doesn't take me long to size up a person. I knew Nancy was special the first day we met. Of course, we took our time about getting serious, but my instincts about people are usually spot on."
He hefted the staple gun.
"You ready to fix fences?"
"Yes." She followed him toward the beds, stopping to give Shep a pat that set the collie's tail wagging. Then the dog scampered off to join his buddy in another game of chase the bog rats, yipping with enthusiasm. If only human joy were that easy to find. But her uncle was right about giving her worry to God. She'd already let Michael know in every way she could, short of actually saying the words, that she wanted him to stay. That her feelings for him ran deep. Now it was up to him and God.
"Thank you both for seeing me on such short notice."
Michael shook hands with the two clergymen and took a seat at the table in Reverend Baker's office.
"No problem at all. Your request got me out of an altar committee meeting."
Father Kevin grinned as he sat.
"I don't know what our purpose here is, but a discussion about anything is better than listening to the ladies debate the pros and cons of flowers and liturgical banners and whether the altar linens need to be starched."
"I'm with Kevin."
Reverend Baker claimed a chair.
"My Sunday afternoon would have included attending a monthly ministers' conclave in Coos Bay, where the most important thing on the agenda is usually the ducks. Nice bunch of people, but not a vital meeting. So, what can we do for you?"
Michael folded his hands on the polished walnut.
"Tracy told me about the conversation you three had regarding Helping Hands, and your interest in having me take on the part-time director job."
After the two clerics exchanged a look, Father Kevin spoke.
"I hope we didn't offend you by discussing this behind your back, but we didn't want to put you on the spot. It was an off-the-wall idea, after all. And Tracy explained you'll be leaving soon. I suppose it would have been a miracle to find someone with strong credentials who would do the job without pay, even for a few months."
Michael took a deep breath. This was where prayer had led him, but it was still a huge step.
"Then you may be looking at one."
Reverend Baker cocked his head.
"But I thought, aren't you planning to leave soon?"
"I was, but my plans changed."
"This is fantastic!"
The priest leaned forward, excitement sparking in his eyes.
"With your expertise and under your leadership,
Helping Hands could become a powerhouse of charitable works.
It would be everything and more we envisioned at its inception. My tenure with Helping Hands may be short-term, though."
He needed to rein them in before they got too carried away.
"Perhaps just long enough to get the new model up and running, put some funding in place. I'm in the process of evaluating whether I want to stay in nonprofit work. However, if I decide to step down, I'd work with you to find a replacement."
"However long you stayed, it would be a godsend. Literally. Truly an answer to our prayers."
Reverend Baker rested his elbows on the table and steepled his fingers, his demeanor growing more serious.
"But we don't want the job to impose a financial hardship either. As Tracy reminded us, people do have to eat. Are you certain you can manage this?"
"Yes."
He might not be wealthy, but Julie's insurance money would tide him over for a while, and far better to use it to support a worthwhile cause than for his own pleasure. Coupled with the reduced rent Anna had offered after he'd broached the subject of an extended stay, the stars were aligning to make this happen.
"Excellent.
We'll call a special board meeting for this week to run it by the members, but I think we can assume it's a done deal. No one is gonna turn down manna in the desert."
Father Kevin grinned. Reverend Baker rolled his eyes.
"If you're going to use biblical metaphors, couldn't you come up with one a bit more flattering? Like the marriage at Cana, saving the best wine till last."
"Manna is an excellent metaphor," the priest sniffed. "However, I could have used the pearl of great price, too."
"No, not a valid example. We're getting our pearl free. You need to beef up your Bible study."
Father Kevin harumphed.
"Don't get me started on another Bible study debate. Catholics read as much scripture as—" "Gentlemen,"
Michael tried to keep a straight face as he interrupted their exchange. The good-natured ribbing between the two clerics was a hoot.
"Let me tie up a few loose ends before you schedule a board meeting. Now that I've confirmed your interest, I need to make certain there aren't any issues that could delay things. But once we move forward publicly, let me know the date of the board meeting, and I'll wait outside while the members discuss this, in case there are any questions."
The pastor and priest both turned toward him, but it was Father Kevin who spoke.
"I can't imagine anyone will have a single question. More likely, they'll want to kiss your feet."
Grinning, Michael pushed back from the table and stood.
"Doesn't sound very sanitary. I'll settle for a few handshakes."
The two clerics rose too, and Father Kevin held out his hand.
"I'll lead the brigade. We're very, very grateful."
Michael returned his firm grip.
"I expect Tracy is pleased by this development, too."
Reverend Baker's eyes twinkled as he gave him an enthusiastic hand pump.
"I haven't told her yet, but that's coming up very soon on my agenda. I have a couple more pieces of business to tie up first, so I'd appreciate it if you'd both keep this to yourselves for a day or two."
"I'll treat this as confidentially as the secrets entrusted to me in the confessional," Father Kevin promised.
"Confession may not be one of our traditions, but ministers know how to keep confidences, too. I won't say a word."
Reverend Baker smiled.
"However, I have a feeling a certain cranberry grower is about to get some news that will make her very happy. From your mouth to God's ear." "One of my favorite sayings,"
Father Kevin beamed at him.
"A Catholic priest favoring a Yiddish expression?"
Reverend Baker hiked up an eyebrow.
"Hey, we're very ecumenical."
Michael stifled a chuckle.
"On that note, I'll say goodbye."
But as he headed back to the annex to compose a lengthy email and polish up the preliminary business plan he developed for the cranberry nut cake business, he hoped Reverend Baker was right about Tracy, and not just in the short term. Because the decision he'd made after the events of last evening at Charlie's, and after some heavy-duty mental debate and prayer that had gone on long past midnight, was going to change both their lives. Forever. And while it felt right, there were no guarantees. All he could do was go with his heart and trust that in the months to come, both he and Tracy would look back on this day with gratitude, rather than regret. "So, are you ever going to open your mom's card?" At Kelsey's question, John tightened his fingers on the wheel of the car. She might have given him a bye from his touchy subject on his birthday, but today it was fair game. As Denise had warned him it would be, especially now that his daughter had him alone in the car without her mother to run interference on his behalf.
"I don't know. Did you bring the extra balls?"
She towed the gym bag at her feet beside the tennis racket. "A whole tube. So, what about the card?" "Tell her the story, John. She's old enough to hear it." Denise's quiet counsel from last night, after she'd gathered him close in the dark as he'd stared wide awake at the ceiling in the early morning hours, replayed in his mind. But talking about this had never been easy, even with the woman he loved.
"It's complicated, Kelsey."
His daughter gave an unladylike snort. "That's what you always say."
"It's true."
She swiveled toward him on the seat. "I'm not a kid anymore, you know. I can understand complicated issues. And I'm not naive. I know bad stuff happens in the world. It's all over TV and the internet.
She folded her arms, and he could feel the intensity of her gaze.
You act like what happened between you and your mom is a state secret. Besides, it's not like I'm going to tweet it or text it or tell my friends. I know how to be discreet.
He couldn't argue with a thing she'd said. So what was his reason for keeping the secret to himself at this point? You know what it is, Williams. You don't want to lose face with your daughter by admitting you're less than perfect. This is more about your pride than her lack of maturity. Using her youth as an excuse doesn't cut it anymore. Denise was right. It was time to tell Kelsey his story. After flicking a glance at the clock on the dash, he pulled into the next parking lot for a furniture refinishing shop with a sign in the window that guaranteed to restore damaged heirlooms to a like-new state. How ironic.
What are you doing?
Kelsey scanned the lot, brow furrowed. He angled into a spot, shut off the engine, and shifted toward her. It would be easier to watch the passing traffic while he told his story, but also cowardly. We have a few minutes to spare before tennis practice. Long enough for me to tell you what happened between your grandmother and me. And if we need more time to talk, we can go out for a frappuccino. Missing one practice won't be the end of the world. Her eyes widened.
Seriously?
Yes. He fumbled for the bottle of water he always kept in the car, took a long swig to lubricate his dry throat, then launched into the story. Kelsey listened in silence instead of peppering him with questions in her usual style. Nor did she speak after he finished. As the seconds ticked by, beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Based on her expression, she was shocked, and disillusioned, and disappointed in him. That hurt. A lot. But it was the reaction he'd expected, and the reason he'd held on to his secret for so long. It was also what he deserved.
Can I ask a question?
Kelsey played with a button on her sweater. Of course. He braced for her third degree. She wouldn't be satisfied with the halting, bare-bones confession that had skimmed over his sense of desolation and loneliness after his father died. His gratitude to the young woman who'd comforted him in his grief, and how that gratitude had led to inappropriate behavior. His panic when she'd shared the news about her pregnancy, her insistence on putting the baby up for adoption, and his ultimate capitulation, his confrontation with his unsympathetic mother, his decision to walk away from Hope Harbor and start a new life. Naturally, Kelsey would want more details about everything.
Do I have a half-sister or a half-brother?
Brother.
Do you know where he is?
No. It was a closed adoption. That's what his mother wanted.
Is there any chance we could ever connect?
Her face grew wistful.
I always wished I had a brother or sister.
I doubt it. Silence fell, and he braced for more questions. But her next query wasn't what he expected.
Why won't you open your mom's card?
After everything he'd shared, she wanted to talk about the birthday card? He frowned. Don't you want to know more about what happened? She lifted one shoulder.
You explained it pretty well. I got the picture. I mean, it's kind of weird to find out I'm not your first kid, and I sort of wish there was a way to get in touch with my half-brother, but most of the stuff you talked about happened way before I was born. The only bad thing left from those days is the split with your mom. Isn't that what's most important now?
His daughter made it sound so simple. And maybe it was. Maybe he needed to forget the past and focus on the present. Deal with today and go forward from here instead of looking back. I never thought of it like that. But yeah, I guess that's true.
So if she sent you a card, she must feel bad about what happened too.
Kelsey leaned closer and touched the fingers he'd clenched around the wheel.
This could be your chance to fix things, Dad. I mean, you go to church every Sunday. Shouldn't you follow what Pastor Bob always preaches about forgiveness and mercy and second chances and all that stuff? Like he said last week, you can't just listen to God's word. You have to live it, too.
Pressure built behind his eyes. When had his little girl grown up? You sound a lot like your mother.
Does she think you should open the card, too?
She hasn't said it as directly as you, but I'm guessing she does.
So what are you gonna do?
Think very hard about it.
Kelsey sighed. Just do it, Dad. Don't overthink. That's what my coach always says about my serve. And you know what? It works. She checked the clock on the dash. And speaking of tennis, I think we need to go.
The offer of a frappuccino is still on the table if you want to talk some more.
Can I take a rain check? I hate to miss practice.
Sure.
He started the engine, but as he put the car in gear, she touched his hand again. Thanks for telling me all that stuff. And just so you know, I love you more than ever. John reached over and pulled her into a silent hug. No way could he manage to utter a single word. They finished the drive to some tune Kelsey selected on the radio. But once he pulled into a parking spot next to the courts, she leaned over and gave him a quick peck. Don't forget, I'm spending the night with Caitlin. Her mom will bring me home tomorrow morning.
Got it.
She retrieved her overnight bag from the back seat, then grabbed her tennis gear off the floor of the front seat. Open the card, okay?
I'm leaning that direction.
Good.
With a wave, she closed the door and jogged toward the courts. Once she joined the group of students, he headed home. The conversation he'd been dreading since the day of Kelsey's birth at last behind him. And it hadn't been nearly as difficult to get through as he'd expected. Might the same be true of the card his mother had sent? John tapped a finger against the wheel. The only way to find out was to open it. If he didn't like what it said, he could toss it or ignore it. But as he rolled toward the house that was more home to him now than the small bungalow where he'd grown up, he had a feeling neither of those was going to be an option. That whatever the envelope contained was going to require some action on his part. He could only pray that when the time came, he'd be up to the task. Chapter 23. 24 hours with no Michael, and she was having withdrawal symptoms. Expelling a breath, Tracy rose from her laptop, paced to the front of the cottage, and peered down the graveled drive toward the dipping sun, as if wishing he'd appear at her door would make it happen. How silly was that? Combing her fingers through her hair, she returned to the table. She needed to finish this payroll report instead of wondering what was going on with a certain nonprofit executive from Chicago who'd left the farm unexpectedly yesterday afternoon and hadn't appeared at all today. Hunker down and get the job done, Tracy. When Michael is ready to talk to you, he will. He sent you an email saying he'd be tied up most of the day. Live with it. Through sheer force of will, she managed to refocus on the project at hand, until a knock sounded on her door 30 minutes later. Her fingers skittered on the keys, erasing a couple of decimal points, and she forced herself to fix them before responding to the summons. It had to be Michael. Who else could it be? Bracing, she walked to the door and pulled it open. It was him, all right, dressed in those faded jeans that fit like they were designed for his lean hips and long legs, hair ruffled from the wind, and looking, oh, so appealing. Hi. His smile was warm. A positive sign, right? Or was he trying to soften the bad news he was about to deliver? Perhaps getting ready to tell her he'd made his decision and was going to return to Chicago. Hey. He touched her shoulder, faint grooves denting his brow. You okay? Yeah. Liar, liar, she thought. Come in. She stepped back and ushered him through the door. He strolled past her, glancing at her glowing laptop on the kitchen table. Were you in the middle of something? Yes, thinking about you.
she thought, but she shook her head. Nothing that can't wait, just some number crunching. She motioned toward the couch. Do you want to sit?
Yes.
He grinned and grabbed her hand, tugging her along.
With you.
She let him lead her to the sofa, but kept a discreet space between them after they sat. Squinting, he studied her.
What's up?
Go ahead and tell him what's on your mind, Tracy, but lead in slowly and be tactful about it. Are you leaving? Oh, for crying out loud. Could she have phrased the question with any less tact? Sorry. Warmth rose on her cheeks. I didn't mean to be that blunt. He lifted his hand and smoothed the furrows on her forehead with a gentle touch.
You've been worried.
Yeah, no sense denying the obvious. You seemed distracted at church yesterday, and you left the farm without much explanation. I had a feeling something big was up, that maybe you'd made your decision about whether to stay or go.
I have.
Her breath hitched.
I wanted to have all my ducks in a row before I said anything. But I see now I should have told you immediately. I'm staying.
She took a moment to let his words sink in, to savor the news. Michael was moving to Hope Harbor. Thank you, God.
That's what I came to talk to you about tonight, in fact.
He lifted a small attaché case she hadn't noticed till now, set it on the coffee table, and angled toward her.
It hasn't been an easy decision, but after a lot of prayer and soul-searching, plus a very bizarre experience on Saturday night, I've decided Hope Harbor is where I belong.
She did her best to focus as he told her about his meeting with the local clerics, the email he'd written to the chairman of the board of St. Joseph's Center, and the phone calls they'd exchanged today, and the in-depth business plan he'd been working on for Harbor Point cranberry nut cake. When he pulled the childish drawing out of his briefcase, she could only stare as he explained the history. That's mind-blowing. She touched the edge of the yellowed paper. Imagine Charlie having this all these years.
I know. Very strange. But it was the final push I needed to make my decision. I do have to go back to Chicago for a few weeks to close things down on the personal side and run the show at St. Joseph until they can find a replacement. But after that, I'll be back here full-time, working with helping hands and focusing on a special cranberry farm and a very special cranberry farmer.
The tenderness in his tone and his eyes sent her heart soaring. This is what she'd prayed for. Yet he was giving up so much, making such a radical change. A niggle of worry dimmed her joy a few watts, and she forced herself to voice the concern she'd rather ignore. But what if things between us don't pan out? If you leave Chicago, you'll be shutting the door on a whole way of life. Based on his relaxed smile, he didn't share her apprehension.
I'm also opening the door to a lot of new possibilities. No matter what happens with us, I'm ready to find a new path. But you know what? I have a feeling things are going to work out fine here in every way. Wait till you see the plans I've been drawing up for the cake business. I've already sent out some media ticklers, and you won't believe all the places interested in hosting a tasting and carrying the product.
You have been busy.
Full speed ahead since yesterday afternoon, and things will get a lot busier. You and Anna and I need to meet this week and kick things into high gear. I'll stay involved long distance, and we can set up regular conference calls, but I'd like to be certain we have all our ducks in a row before I head east. Including this one.
He reached for her with a slow, intimate smile. Adrenaline surging, she scooted closer, lifted her arms, and... Rap, 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 rap. Groaning, she dropped her head.
Let me guess. Floyd wants another handout.
Yes. Talk about bad timing. She shot a disgruntled look toward the back door.
We could ignore him.
Rap, 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 rap. Michael chuckled.
Or not.
At least he was being a good sport about the interruption. She rose and jogged into the kitchen, pulled some lunch scraps out of the fridge, and crossed to the back door. He'll stop knocking if I feed him.
You save stuff for him?
Not always. True, but barely. She kind of liked having Floyd around, most of the time. Besides, he's a great garbage disposal. I never have to... She flipped the lock on the back door and pulled it open. Well, look at that. Floyd's found himself a new girlfriend. Michael came up behind her to inspect the pair of gulls on her doorstep, his breath a delectable puff of warmth on her neck.
I thought you said they mated for life.
They do. She set the food on the porch, then drew back as the two gulls dived in. But after gulls finish grieving, they often find a new mate.
Seems like there's a lesson to be learned there.
Michael very deliberately shut the door and turned her to face him.
If Floyd can give love a second go, maybe we can too.
She put her arms around his neck. I like the sound of that. But I still think the slow and easy plan is wise.
Fine with me, as long as we keep moving forward.
She burrowed her fingers into the soft hair at the base of his neck and tried to keep the left side of her brain engaged. You don't think we'll have any problems mixing business and pleasure, do you? I mean, you're putting money into this cranberry nut cake business. That makes us business partners.
No, I think our partnership is going to be a whole lot more complex than that.
She raised an eyebrow.
Down the road, of course.
He slid his arms around her waist.
And my financial investment is small potatoes compared to the investment I plan to make on a much more important level. Starting now. Unless you have any objections.
Objections? Was he kidding? From within the circle of his arms, Tracy smiled up at him. None at all. But don't we have cranberry business to discuss first?
The cranberries can wait. Because you, Tracy Campbell, are my top priority.
Without wasting any more words, he bent to claim her lips. And as she gave thanks for this man who'd replaced the dark clouds in her world with an enduring sunshine no gray skies could ever chase away, Tracy did her best to make Hope Harbor's newest citizen feel very, very welcome. Could you use a cup of coffee? John shifted around in his seat as the patio door opened and Denise appeared on the threshold, hefting a mug.
Yes, thanks. It's cooling down out here.
She exited the house and joined him at the table, setting a basket and a pair of garden clippers on the ground beside her before handing him the steaming brew.
Your roses are spectacular this year.
She surveyed the garden. One level down on the terrace property that led into the woods. Yes, they are. It's such a joy to grow roses here after struggling with them in the Kansas heat while I was growing up.
You ever miss your hometown?
Her mouth curved up. Home is more about being with the people you love than living in a certain place. When I think of home, two images come to mind. You beside me, and my parents in the Kansas farmhouse where I grew up. Her gaze flicked to the unopened card sitting in the middle of the table.
I'm still thinking about it.
She didn't need to ask her question for him to hear it. Not after 16 years of marriage.
That's why I brought it out here.
He took a sip of the coffee she'd doctored the way he liked it. A hint of sugar, a healthy splash of half and half, a couple shakes of vanilla powder. Kind of like the way his mom had always known just how much brown sugar and milk to put in his oatmeal when he was a kid. Denise leaned her head back to soak up the last rays of the setting sun. Oh, it's peaceful here, isn't it? Usually.
I'm not feeling it much at the moment.
She turned, the empathy in her expression warming him like the cups of hot chocolate his mom used to welcome him home from school with on rainy, blustery winter days. You know, putting it off won't make it any easier. Worry about the unknown is more stressful than dealing with facts.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Send me your bill in the morning.
He tried for a teasing tone, but a sour note crept in. Instead of taking offense, she leaned over and touched the back of the fist he'd rested on the table beside the card. I work cheap, especially for people I love. A surge of shame engulfed him. I'm sorry. That didn't come out the way I intended. I do appreciate your input.
And I appreciate your struggle. We all have our hot buttons. But here's the thing. You're in control no matter what's in that card. Your mother put the ball in your court, and my guess is she'll leave the next move to you. But you can't make that decision until you see what she has to say.
Assuming I open the card.
You will.
How do you know?
Winking, she stood and circled behind his chair to hug his neck. Because I know you. You're not a man who backs away from the hard stuff. You might not open it tonight, but you will eventually. And in case you're interested in my professional opinion, if your mom is offering you the opportunity to heal the rift that's caused you a lot of pain for a lot of years, take it. Now I'm off to get a fresh bouquet for our table. After picking up her basket and clippers, she started toward the stone steps that led to the terrace below. John watched her descend toward the garden. His mom liked flowers too. Not roses so much, but the annual ones she grew along the edges of the fence. There had often been a vase of them on the kitchen table of his youth. Denise and his mom would enjoy talking about gardening. Slowly, he shifted his focus to the beige envelope on the patio table. His wife was right. In the end, he'd open it. Why not save himself a lot of angst and do it now? Pulse quickening, he took one more sip of coffee, set the mug down, and picked up the envelope. It didn't weigh much more than the card itself, nor was it bulked up as if a long note had been tucked inside. That would be like Mom. She never had been long-winded. More the don't waste words and get to the point type. The same type he was. Only words that spilled out in anger had come easily. For both of them. At least he'd conquered that curse in the past 2 decades. Learned to rein in his tongue until cooler thoughts prevailed. To be more like Dad. Lord, how he missed that man, and his wise and gentle counsel. Even after 20 years. Blinking to clear his vision, he slipped an unsteady finger under the flap of the envelope, pulled it open, and extracted a card. The colorful, impressionistic scene on the front of the card took him back to Hope Harbor in a heartbeat. The wharf pictured was very similar to the one that had been the playground of his childhood. Flowering planters lining the edge, boats bobbing in the harbor, a bench in the foreground, like the one that used to be near Charlie's. He read the birthday greeting, tripping a little over the last 2 words. She still regarded him as a special son? Hard to believe after all the rancor and years of bitter estrangement. Bracing himself, he opened the card. The printed message was short and simple. The day you were born, God blessed us with the greatest gift we ever received. May you be as happy in the years ahead as we were the day you first graced our lives. Us. We. Our lives. Interesting that she'd chosen a card meant to be from both father and mother. Her handwritten note began on the opposite side, across from the printed message, and continued on the back. Dear John, no, I'm not at death's door. I'm sure that was your first thought when you received this. What else could motivate your stubborn, self-righteous mother to get in touch after all these years? As it turns out, a number of eye-opening things have happened recently that prompted me to reevaluate this long rift of ours, and to acknowledge how sorry I am it ever happened. If I could rewind the clock to that terrible day, I'd do and say things very differently. You needed understanding and empathy, not accusations and insults. I'm sorry I drove you away with my harsh judgment and even harsher words. I chose this card because it expresses so well what both your father and I always felt, what I still feel. I know your hurt runs deep. I know your life has moved on, away from Hope Harbor.
But age and experience bring perspective and some degree of wisdom. Even for someone as old as me. I don't want to live the rest of my life with regrets. Perhaps you don't either. I know George would encourage us to mend our fences. That's what I want to, if you can find it in your heart to consider a reconciliation. Whatever you decide, may your birthday be filled with love. I'm sending mine from here, as I always have. Mom. A muscle in John's jaw twitched, and then he reread the words his mother had penned in a shaky hand. The writing was hers without question, but the contrite tone? Not her usual style, and certainly not the tone she'd used the day he'd walked out. Apparently his mom had mellowed, and she wanted him back in her life. The words blurred, and he swiped his knuckles across his lashes. Never in a million years would he have expected Anna Williams to swallow her pride, admit her mistakes, and reach out to him. Lifting his head, he found Denise sitting at the top of the stone steps, watching him. I didn't want to disturb you in the middle of that. She gestured toward the card. It packed quite a punch. I can tell. You want to read it? She rose, basket of roses in hand, and joined him. After setting the flowers on the table, she pulled a chair beside him, rested one hand on his knee, and took the card. John watched her as she scanned the note, taking in every subtle nuance as the aroma of roses sweetened the air. The softening of her features, the slight quiver in her lips, the tremulous cadence of her breathing. At last, eyes shimmering, she looked up. It took a lot of courage to write this. Yeah. She didn't press him about what he was going to do. That wasn't her way. She trusted him to take the high road and make the right choice. And that choice was obvious. His mother was right. Age and experience did bring perspective, and a certain degree of wisdom. Not enough wisdom or courage on his part to take the leap his mother had by sending a note and initiating contact, but enough to recognize he'd been given a remarkable birthday gift. He took the card from Denise, skimming the words again as he spoke. Do we have any set-in-stone plans for the 4th of July weekend? No. A picnic on the coast and fireworks in the evening as usual. I'm thinking we might want to take a road trip. He tightened his grip on the card. Hope Harbor is a 7-8-hour drive. If we went down on the 4th, I could pay my mom a visit on Saturday. And if that goes well, maybe the 4 of us could go to dinner. Smiling, Denise leaned close and gave him a hug. Sounds like a plan. And you know what? I have a feeling this is going to be the beginning of a whole new chapter in our lives. He did too. But as he held her in his arms, drawing strength from the love that had sustained him for more than 16 years, he hoped his next chapter in Hope Harbor would be a lot happier than the last one. Chapter 24. Since it's a holiday weekend and I have a plane to catch, shall we wrap up this meeting? As he asked the question, Michael looked around Anna's patio table. Bud was eating his third piece of the cake Anna had baked from the high-volume recipe she'd been experimenting with in the high school kitchen. His landlady was inspecting a packaging comp from one of the 3 designers he'd contacted. Tracy was scrutinizing the legal profit-sharing agreement she'd insisted he and Anna sign in formal recognition of their investments. I'll second that. Bud polished off the cake. Great job, Anna. Tastes just like the original. Maybe better. It wasn't hard to adjust the recipe. I enjoyed tinkering with it. Bud's right. It's great. Michael gathered up the crumbs on his plate, too. I appreciate the kind words, but I'll be interested to hear what your father has to say. He sounds like an expert on this sort of cake. From the consumer standpoint. Michael nodded. He is.
And I saved the best news for last. He called me this morning to say the sample cake I sent arrived yesterday and it's already half gone. He wants to know when he can place an order. I think those monks he patronizes are about to get some serious competition.
He really liked it? Tracy shifted her attention from the legal documents to him.
Like is too mild a word. To quote him, he's been devouring it. Michael flashed her a grin. As far as I can see, we're good to go here. Bud, you're certain Nancy has enough frozen cranberries to get us through our public tasting sessions before this season's crop comes in? She took an inventory last night. No problem. We've got a whole freezer full of them in the basement. I have no idea why she saved so many last season, but I'm glad she did. Okay. Michael picked up the package design they all liked best. I'll notify this firm to proceed with bids for production.
Tracy combed her fingers through her hair, looking more than a little overwhelmed. Now we just have a few small details to attend to, like selling and marketing and shipping and publicity and...
Hey, Michael laid his hand over hers. We'll get there. We have a lot of brain power behind this venture, and a boatload of enthusiasm. Remember, we all agreed this is a trial run. If we break even and get a positive response this season, we'll ramp up next year. Broaden the distribution, increase production, do some real advertising, right?
She let out a slow breath and managed to smile. Right. After a squeeze, he released her fingers.
I need to run, but I'll be in regular touch until I can wrap things up in Chicago and get back here. Anna, thanks for the samples and the great coffee.
My pleasure. She lifted her left arm and wiggled her fingers. All that stirring and mixing were more helpful than the exercises the physical therapist gave me. If I never see another sling again, it will be too soon. Don't overdo it, though. We couldn't manage this without you. Tracy touched the woman's arm. Anna patted her hand. Don't you worry about me. I'm in for the duration. And don't worry about anything else either. I have good feelings about this project. We're going to make this a grand success. As the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, Michael examined her animated face. What a change from his early days here, when dour and reclusive had better described his landlady.
With all this positive energy buzzing around, I'm getting hungry again. Bud stood. Think I'll mosey on home and see what Nancy's got in mind for lunch.
It's only 9 o'clock. Tracy arched an eyebrow.
I'm playing catch-up from the weight I lost while I had the flu. You coming out to the farm later?
If I get back from the airport early enough.
Don't rush on my account. With the extra help we've had these past few weeks, for once we're caught up.
Bud held out his hand, and Michael stood to take it.
Thank you for everything, Michael. And come home soon.
Home. What a beautiful and apt description. Because while he might have come to Hope Harbor seeking answers, he'd also found home. As Bud disappeared around the side of the house toward his car, Tracy rose and began to clear the table.
Don't you bother with that. Now that I've ditched my sling, I'll have this cleaned up in a jiffy.
Anna rose and waved her off.
You need to get Michael to the airport.
She rubbed her palms down the fabric, covering her hips, and held out her hand to him.
We'll miss you.
He shook his head.
After all these weeks, I think we can do better than that.
Stepping close, he pulled the older woman into a hearty hug. When he released her, her hand fluttered to her chest.
My, hugs from Grace and her mother, and Joyce and you. I've been hugged more in the past few weeks than I have been in years.
Can I give you one too? Tracy circled the table. If you and Michael weren't funding this project, our farm would be history. I'll be forever grateful.
It's a pleasure, my dear. Having a project like this to work on has given new meaning to my days.
Anna gave Tracy a squeeze and patted her back.
Now you two get a move on. Planes don't wait for latecomers.
Michael grabbed her hand.
That's our cue. Talk to you soon, Anna. Safe travels.
Tracy glanced at her watch as they crossed to the annex. You're cutting this close, you know. It's a 3-hour drive to Eugene.
We'll make it. My luggage is already stowed in the trunk.
We could take my car if you'd rather. And have her spend hard-earned money on gas? No way. Her finances were far too tight. But they wouldn't be for long if this project took off the way he expected.
I'm already set.
He pulled open the passenger door, waited while she slid in, and circled around to take his place behind the wheel.
You know, I could leave my car in long-term parking and save you the solitary drive back. You must be tired after all the 4th of July festivities yesterday.
I'm not a bit tired, and we've been through this already. Given all the weekend commuting I did during college, I could navigate this route in my sleep. Besides, it gives us 3 more hours together.
Sold.
He started the engine and pulled out of the driveway.
By the way, I enjoyed the fireworks last night.
Giving him a flirty smile, she wiggled her eyebrows. Which ones? He tried to keep a straight face as he responded.
The ones that form geometric shapes were pretty spectacular.
Very funny. She gave him a playful jab on the shoulder.
Actually, I think my favorite was...
He slowed to peer at the driver of the SUV that passed them. What's wrong? Tracy checked the rearview mirror as the other vehicle receded.
I think... Well, I'm almost certain that was Anna's son.
You're kidding! Tracy twisted around, trying to keep the SUV in sight.
I only got a quick glimpse, but he sure looked like an older version of the picture in her den, and a lot like me.
Wow. Tracy settled back into her seat. Wouldn't it be amazing if the two of them got back together?
Yeah. But you know what?
He smiled at the woman who was transforming his world, tugging her close for a stolen kiss while keeping one eye on the road.
I have a feeling that in Hope Harbor, anything is possible.
Anna stacked the plates in the sink, covered the one remaining piece of cranberry nut cake with plastic wrap, and finished off her cup of coffee. How different and better today had been than her typical quiet Saturday morning with just her critters for company. She surveyed the empty space at the far end of the kitchen. All the cages and boxes had been stowed in the basement, with Michael's help. Not that she'd turn a blind eye to a creature in need if their paths happened to cross, but she wasn't going to seek them out anymore. She had too many other items on her agenda, like a business to help launch and a future filled with purpose instead of one where she simply marked the passage of days. Only one thing was missing from her life now. At the sudden downturn in her spirits, she clamped her jaw and shoved the stopper in the sink. After all the blessings God had showered on her these past weeks, she should be grateful instead of laboring over the one thing that hadn't gone her way. Expecting a simple birthday card to change John's heart overnight was foolish. Perhaps someday he might reconsider, but for now she'd have to leave it in the Lord's hands. Squaring her shoulders, she turned on the tap and squirted some detergent into the sink. This was not a time to dwell on the past. There were plans to make for the new business and grocery shopping to do for her clergy clients and church to attend tomorrow. The doorbell pealed, and she wiped her hands on the dish towel, a trill of anticipation zinging through her. Another recent and positive change. Not long ago, a caller would have rattled and annoyed her. The few people who'd come to her door over the past 2 decades had been strangers soliciting donations for an organization she didn't support, or proselytizing for a religion she didn't believe in, or selling a product she didn't need. Now? Well, it could be someone from church, or one of the neighbors, or Joyce stopping by to see if she wanted to take a drive to Sweet Dreams for a Saturday cinnamon roll splurge, like they used to do. And she just might indulge. It was time to start living again. Dish towel in hand, she hurried toward the front door, pulled it open, and froze. For the tiniest instant, she thought Michael had come back. But in less than the millisecond that often marked the difference between Olympic medalists and those whose dreams had died, she realized it wasn't her tenant. And once her visitor spoke, the timbre of his voice so long absent from this house, plus his greeting, confirmed his identity.
"Hi, Mom."
She lifted a hand to her chest, tried to speak, failed. John shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
"I considered calling ahead, but in the end I decided not to. I guess I should have. I didn't mean to shock you."
Shock? That didn't begin to describe the kaleidoscope of emotion swirling through her. She swallowed, reached out a shaky hand. "John." His name came out a mere whisper. He took it, his touch warming her cold fingers. Once more she tried to find her voice. "Come in." Giving him a gentle tug, she backed into the house. He followed, crossing the threshold he'd stormed out of more than 19 long years ago. When she made no move to shut the front door, he took the initiative.
"I got your card. It surprised me."
As the lock clicked, he turned to her. She squeezed the towel in her fingers. "Some interesting things happened this summer. They helped me realize I didn't want to spend the rest of my life with regrets."
"Your card did the same for me. That and some nudges from my wife and daughter. I appreciate how hard it must have been for you, too."
He stopped, cocked his ear.
"Is water running somewhere?"
"The sink!" With a startled exclamation, Anna hurried toward the kitchen. The basin was on the verge of overflowing, but she twisted off the tap in the nick of time.
"Close call. And my fault, again."
She swiveled toward him, gripping the edge of the counter behind her as the clock wound back several decades. "I'm surprised you remember that. You were only 5.
It's kind of hard to forget getting your head stuck behind the couch."
"Yes, I imagine it is." She set the towel on the counter, letting all the old sweet memories swirl back. "You were always a curious child, wanting to see what was in every closet, behind every piece of furniture, and up every tree. You fell out of the apple tree in the backyard so often, your father was on the verge of cutting it down. We were worried sick you were going to break your neck.
Lucky thing I wasn't a cat, or I'd have used up my 9 lives before I was 10.
A rush of pleasure swept over her. Despite all the curves life had surely thrown him, he'd retained his dry sense of humor. He propped his shoulder against the wall.
"As I recall from the day of the sofa incident, you and Dad were so busy trying to extricate me without crushing my skull, you both forgot about the water running in the sink."
"Yes, I remember the lake on the kitchen floor.
And I remember sitting on the infamous blue detention chair for what felt like a lifetime."
"I still have that chair." He grimaced.
"I can't say I'm happy to hear that."
He studied the empty space in the eating area and shoved his hands into his pockets.
"But the table's gone."
"It was too big and lonely." She motioned toward the living room. "Would you like to sit down?"
"Yeah, I would."
She followed as he led the way, drinking in every detail of his appearance. He'd filled out over the years, lost the skinniness of youth, but he was trim in his knife-crease khaki slacks and a knit sport shirt that drew attention to his broad shoulders. The crinkles around his eyes and faint grooves at the corners of his mouth were new, as were the sprinkles of silver in his dark brown hair. But oh my, he looked wonderful. He came to an abrupt halt in the doorway to the living room.
"You still have the piano?"
"Yes."
After a moment, he walked over to it and ran his fingers lightly across the keys. "It's in tune."
"Always." He turned back to her, his expression curious. "It was a part of you I couldn't give up. Keeping it in tune." She shrugged and twisted her hands together. "I know it sounds weird, and I often told myself it was a waste of money.
but somehow keeping it ready to play gave me hope. He didn't comment on that. Instead, he walked a circle around the blue chair and claimed the understated recliner George had always favored. Once seated, he ran his hands over the arms. This may sound weird too, but sitting here, I almost feel like Dad is with us. I feel the same. That's why I kept it. She perched on the edge of the couch, as close to him as possible, close enough to grab him if he tried to walk away. She was never, ever letting that happen again. I'm glad you came, John. I was afraid you'd thrown my card away. He met her gaze. To be honest, I thought about it. But in the end, I couldn't. Because even though I went on with my life, even though I have a wonderful wife and daughter and a great career, there was always something missing. I could never put my finger on what it was. Or maybe I didn't want to dig too deep. But after your card came, I had to admit the truth. The missing piece was you. The cold, dark spot deep in her heart, the place that had always belonged only to John, was suddenly suffused with warmth and light. Pressure built behind Anna's eyes, and she blinked to clear her vision. That's how I felt. I said it in the card, but I'll say it again to your face. I'm sorry for how I acted the day you told me your news. I should have listened to what you had to say with love and empathy. I should have been understanding and compassionate. And I'm sorry I left you to deal with that traumatic situation on your own. I can't begin to imagine how difficult that was. His Adam's apple bobbed. There was fault on both sides. I said some terrible things that day, too. Things that can still make me cringe. I didn't think you'd ever be able to forgive me. I couldn't. Not for a long while. But time has a way of softening harsh memories, and there were extenuating circumstances. Each of us was grieving and distraught, trying to come to grips with your father's death in our own way, and our short fuses were shorter than usual. Still, I deserved a lot of the things you said. What I did was wrong. You and Dad raised me to be better than that, to hold to higher moral standards. I felt guilty and ashamed. I knew you'd be disappointed in me, as you had every right to be. I guess I was hoping you'd understand. But I should have cut you some slack, reined in my own temper. Anna sighed. Should-haves won't change the past for either of us. But I do understand now how people can make bad mistakes, especially if they're distraught. The good Lord knows I've made plenty of my own. He leaned forward and clasped his hands, resting his forearms on his thighs. I'd like to start fresh, if we can. Clear the air between us. Bring you up to speed on my life and hear about yours. She waved a hand in dismissal. The story of my life since you left could fit on one page. I shut down, became the town recluse. All I did was go to work and tend to this house. That changed this summer, however, for a lot of reasons. Will you tell me about them? Yes. But we don't have to catch up all in one day. We can cover a lot of ground, though. I'd like to tell you about what happened after I left that day. Then introduce you to my wife and daughter. They're chomping at the bit to meet you. Are they here? Her lungs locked. We're staying at a hotel in Coos Bay. We'll be driving back to Seattle tomorrow. That's where I live. I know. She smoothed out a crease in her slacks. Google it's a wonderful thing. His eyebrows rose. You kept up with me? As much as I could. There was never a lot on the internet. She swallowed. I have to admit, I've often wondered what happened to the girl and that baby. My first grandchild. Her voice caught, and she clasped her hands in her lap.
For the next half hour, she listened as he told her how the girl had wanted to arrange a closed adoption for the baby, how he'd initially argued against that in case the child someday wanted to locate his or her birth parents, and how he'd yielded to her wishes in the end. He talked of the jobs he got on nights and weekends to pay expenses not covered by his scholarship, about finishing at the top of his engineering class and receiving multiple job offers, of launching a successful career and meeting the woman who became his wife. As he spoke, Anna's heart swelled with pride. Despite his mistakes and setbacks, despite her rejection, despite his struggle to survive on his own, her son had taken responsibility for his actions and become a fine man, with a capacity for kindness big enough to forgive his mother's terrible mistakes. "You did well, John. I'm proud of the man you've become."
Well, I've paid a lot of tuition in the School of Experience, that's for sure. Now tell me about your life here, and the events that persuaded you to contact me. How long do you have? My time is yours, until tonight, when I'd like to introduce you to Denise and Kelsey and take you all to dinner.
Joy bubbled up inside her. Could there be any nicer way to spend a Saturday? They talked for hours, through several pots of coffee, through a thrown-together lunch of soup and sandwiches on the patio, into the mid-afternoon, until finally he stood to collect his wife and daughter from their day exploring Hope Harbor and to get ready for dinner. Anna followed him back into the house, through the den, past the living room, where he paused.
I wonder how many hours I spent on that piano bench.
Quite a lot, and on occasion under duress if your buddies were playing baseball.
Do you still play? Yes. In fact, I fill in at church whenever our music director has a conflict.
Her spirits soared at that news.
I'm glad. You had an amazing talent. But you and Dad were smart to steer me to a more stable career. The unpredictable life of a musician wouldn't have suited me.
He looked from the piano to her.
Would you like me to play a piece before I leave?
Oh, sweet mercy. Could this day get any better?
I'd love it. He crossed the room and slid onto the bench, once more running his fingers over keys that had been silent too long. Then he launched into the opening strains of Amazing Grace. As the beautiful melody filled the house and her heart with music and hope, Anna closed her eyes and let the words of the hymn scroll through her mind. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. How appropriate that her son had chosen this song, for despite the many dangers, toils, and snares they'd both faced, God had indeed led them home. And as she watched him play, back at this piano where he belonged, Anna gave thanks for the unexpected blessings of this amazing summer. Epilogue. 5 months later. From Hope Harbor, the home of Harbor Point Cranberry Nut Cake, I'm Lisa Nesbitt with this week's edition of Made in Oregon. As the TV personality from Portland lowered her mic and instructed the cameraman to get a final close-up of one of the cakes, Michael smiled. The national network affiliate program had statewide viewership and potential coast-to-coast pickup from sister stations. He leaned a shoulder against the wall of the high school kitchen where they'd filmed the last scene of the in-depth interview. Cranberry nut cake sales might already be solid, but this kind of exposure was worth its weight in gold. Tracy and Anna shook the reporter's hand, and he gave them a thumbs up as they walked over to join him. You two did great.
Anna dismissed his praise with a flip of her hand. Tracy's the one with the stage presence and silver tongue, but I have to admit it was epic, as Kelsey would say, to be in the spotlight for a few minutes. I felt like a real celebrity. Wait till I tell her about this. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Tracy's eyes were dancing with the same enthusiasm and excitement she'd radiated in every interview and tasting gig she'd done over the past 4 months. But I don't know if they get this program in Seattle. That's okay. I'll record a copy of it for them, and we'll have a private showing when I go up for Christmas. Anna slipped off the pristine Harbor Point cranberry nut cake apron she saved for photos and retrieved the flour-dusted version from a nearby counter. Now it's back to baking for me. We have lots of orders to fill in the next 2 weeks. As she hustled away to supervise the part-time crew they'd hired to help during the crunch, the reporter said her goodbyes and exited the building, the cameraman on her heels.
You really did do a great job.
Michael touched Tracy's shoulder, redirecting her attention to him. Thank you. She covered his hand with her own, her features softening, then scanned the bustling operation that had occupied the cafeteria kitchen every weekend since harvest began, and during the frequent late-night baking sessions they'd scheduled during the week. It's hard to believe how this thing has taken off.
Thanks in large part to you. You've done a terrific job telling your story to the public and the media. You win new cranberry nut cake fans with every appearance, as the backlog of orders proves.
It's easy to be enthusiastic about a product you believe in, and when the fate of your family farm hangs in the balance.
I don't think it's hanging anymore.
No. If she glowed any brighter, they could turn off the lights in the kitchen. I brought the books up to date last night. Despite the startup expenses, we're going to generate enough profit this year to keep us in the black, and also let you and Anna recoup a significant part of your investment.
And next year will be even better.
Seems that way. She shook her head. I still can't believe people are paying $25 a pop for these cakes.
I told you they would, as long as we position them as a high-quality, high-end treat. That handcrafted in small batches, from our home to yours tagline you came up with is a winner.
But you're the one who got the word out with your great sales and marketing skills. You deserve a huge chunk of the credit for our success, and also for the success of Helping Hands. I reviewed those numbers last night, too. There's sufficient donor and grant money coming in now to not only fund the program, but pay a part-time director.
Things have gone well.
Better than well. She twined her fingers with his. It's about time you got some compensation for all the hours you've put into building our humble little Let's Help Our Neighbors program into an organized effort that will benefit hundreds of people, maybe thousands. He gave her hand a squeeze. Helping Hands was on his list of topics to discuss with her today, but it wasn't the most important one. Nor was this the place for that conversation.
Can you get away for a quick lunch?
Yes, Anna has everything under control here. That woman is a dynamo, and she has amazing organizational skills. Besides, I need to swing by the cottage and change. This outfit might look nice on camera. She swept a hand over the gray slacks that hugged her trim hips and the soft wool sweater that matched her green irises. But jeans are much better for real work. Give me a sec while I tell her I'm cutting out. Michael waited as the two women held a quick conference. Anna glanced his way during the exchange, her eyes twinkling, then waved Tracy toward the door. He couldn't hear their conversation, but whatever the older woman said brought a becoming flush to Tracy's cheeks. 60 seconds later, she ditched her apron, grabbed her jacket, and joined him. He held it while she slipped her arms inside. Where do you want to get lunch? She zipped up the front. Taking her arm, he guided her toward the door.
Why don't we see if Charlie's is open today?
She examined the blue sky as they walked toward his car. He might be. It must be close to 60.
Yeah. I'll take this over a Chicago December any day.
I'm glad you like it here, Michael. At her soft, earnest comment, he pulled her close for a reassuring squeeze, then opened the car door.
I don't just like it. I love it. In fact, No. He needed to save those words until the right moment, and the right place. And the high school parking lot wasn't it. They kept the conversation light during the short drive, slipping into a parking spot a few doors down from Sweet Dreams. Tracy hopped out before he could get her door, grinning at him across the roof. This is about where we met, you know. Not the best beginning.
But the ending was happy. And it was about to get happier. He hoped.
True. Now let's get those tacos. Any minute now, Charlie could decide to shut down and go play artist for the rest of the day.
Grabbing her hand, he tugged her across the street and gave her a nudge toward the bench where he'd met Anna.
"Why don't you claim that for us while I place the order?"
She surveyed the deserted wharf. "I don't think we have to worry about beating off a crowd."
"You never know. There could be a sudden rush."
"You think?" She gave him her teasing smile, the one that lit up her face and never failed to inspire a soul-deep gratitude for the gift he'd received the day she'd cycled into his life. Of course, Charlie does have a legion of fans. A hungry horde could show up at any minute. No worries. I'll throw myself across the bench and fend off any interlopers while you go get our food. He watched as she moved down the sidewalk with her characteristic lithe grace, head held high, focus trained on the distant horizon. She was a beautiful woman, inside and out. Despite all the sorrow and challenges that had been her lot, her smile was ready, her heart warm, her foundation of faith and value solid. She was the kind of woman any man would treasure as a partner for life. And if he was lucky, that was exactly the role she would play in his. Very, very soon. Tracy claimed the bench Michael had asked her to secure, then checked out the taco stand. No one else was in line on this December Saturday, despite the pleasant weather. Their food would be up fast, and that was fine. With the orders for cranberry nut cake pouring in, she'd been running at warp speed and burning up calories for weeks. At this rate, they'd be busy up to the last shipping date before Christmas. Thanks, in large part, to Michael. She watched him as he spoke with Charlie. She might have discovered a latent talent for PR, but he was phenomenal at business. He'd made contacts, lined up publicity, tracked down suppliers, and negotiated favorable terms, overseen the development of an amazing website. The list was endless. Not to mention the fact that the original idea was his, too. The conversation between the two men was too quiet to hear from this far away, but both appeared relaxed and happy. Especially Michael. What a change from the tense, troubled man who'd sent her bicycle and her life veering off course almost 7 months ago. But she loved her new direction, and the man who'd steered her toward it. Resting one arm along the back of the bench, she savored her new soul-deep contentment that was as constant and dependable as the tide. Day by day, with his kindness and compassion and strength and intelligence and humor and tenderness and so many other things, Michael had buoyed her spirits and filled her heart with love and hope. And one of these days, soon, she hoped, perhaps he'd realize it was time to move past the slow and cautious course they'd plotted and take a leap of faith. He turned toward her, as if sensing her perusal, and she lifted her hand. Instead of waiting for their order, he picked up the 2 bottles of water Charlie had set on the counter and joined her.
"Charlie said he'd bring the order over when it's ready. Slow day, apparently."
She scooted closer to him as he sat. "A little on the cool side, too. Mind if I steal some of your body heat?"
"Is that a come on, Ms. Campbell?"
He handed her a bottle of water, draped his arm over her shoulders, and drew her close. "Maybe." She snuggled into him, resting her cheek against his shoulder. "Too bad we don't have a little more privacy." Chuckling, he uncapped his bottle and took a swig.
"Hold that thought for later. In the meantime, I met with Father Kevin and Reverend Baker this morning."
She watched a fishing boat cross the harbor toward the wharf, gulls circling in its wake. Some new crisis with helping hands? With the organization in his capable hands, no need to worry like she used to.
"I wouldn't call it a crisis, more like a change."
Some nuance in his inflection put her on alert, and she straightened up to look at him. "What kind of change?"
"Making me permanent part-time instead of temporary part-time. After running the show for the past few months, I think the job can be done on that basis indefinitely, which will leave me plenty of time to work on farm business. What do you think?"
"I think it's great. I bet they did, too." One side of his mouth slanted up.
Father Kevin said he felt as if a yoke had been lifted from around his neck, and Reverend Baker promptly told him their yoke might be easier, but getting rid of it wasn't an option. They were still debating a verse from Matthew when they left to play golf. She snickered. That sounds like them. 2 orders of fish tacos coming up. Charlie stopped beside them, a brown bag in each hand.
We could have come over for these.
Tracy inhaled the savory aroma as the man handed her a bag.
Not a problem. It's been quiet today, so far.
Charlie winked and strolled back toward the taco stand. Tracy watched him over her shoulder.
What was that all about? And why did he give us separate bags?
Michael shrugged. Charlie marches to the beat of his own drummer.
Dig in.
She didn't need any prodding, not with the appetizing aroma activating her salivary glands. Letting Michael carry the bulk of the conversation, Tracy focused on her food, mumbling brief answers when necessary while she chewed. Only after she dug to the bottom of the bag to pull out her 3rd taco did she come up for air, and discover he was still on his 1st.
Aren't you hungry?
She gestured to his bag as she started to peel back the paper. I had a big breakfast.
That's never stopped you in the past. You usually beat me to the finish.
I'll get there. Go ahead, eat up. You don't want that to get cold. He motioned toward her half-unwrapped taco. She studied him. Some odd vibes were wafting her way.
You okay?
Yeah. He picked up his taco and took a big bite as if to prove it. What wasn't he telling her? She finished unwrapping her taco, folded back the white paper, and froze. A diamond solitaire in a gold band, encased in plastic wrap, sparkled at her from the top of her taco. Remember when I said a few months back that I thought our partnership was going to go way beyond business? At the husky question, she lifted her chin and searched Michael's blue eyes.
Yes,
her response came out in a croak. I'd like to make that official. So I had Charlie add some extra spice to your order. She glanced over Michael's shoulder to find the taco man watching them, elbows propped on the counter, smile splitting his face. He gave her a thumbs up. I figured since everything that's happened in Hope Harbor began on this bench, it was a fitting place to propose.
Tracy jerked her focus back to the man beside her. Apparently, he was as anxious as she was to leave Slow and Cautious behind. Hallelujah! Heart soaring, she unwrapped the ring with shaking fingers. Yes!
A couple of beats of silence ticked by. You're making this too easy.
Her fingers stilled, and she caught her lower lip between her teeth. Oh, I bet you had a speech prepared.
A teasing light glinted in his eyes. That, plus some backup arguments and action plans in case you balked.
Yeah?
She fingered the ring. The sun caught the facets and sent off sparks that put last summer's 4th of July fireworks to shame.
What kind of action plans?
Very persuasive ones. But I guess I don't have to use them. He plucked the ring from her. Shall I slip it on? She shoved her hands under her thighs.
I want you to give me your speech and tell me more about those action plans.
Closing his fingers around the ring, he set his food aside and took her hand, all humor vanishing from his demeanor. Should I get down on one knee?
He was serious. Her throat tightened, and she shook her head. No, side by side is fine for proposing, and for life.
I like how you think, Tracy Campbell. He stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. The truth is, I like everything about you. Your warmth and kindness and sense of humor and courage and strength and faith and so much more. All the qualities that led me to this moment. To knowing I want to spend the rest of my life beside you, making you my priority, giving you all the love that's in my heart. His last word rasped,
and he paused. She wasn't feeling any too steady herself.
I had no idea what I would find in Hope Harbor after I made that long trek west.
Michael locked gazes with her.
All I knew was that my soul was parched, dying. Then I met you, and everything changed. You refreshed my life. And for as long as I live, I'll give thanks every single day for the gifts of love and healing God had waiting for me here. So even though you've already given me your answer, I'll make the proposal official. Will you marry me and let me spend the rest of my life filling yours with joy and love?
Her vision misted, and she groped for the fingers he'd clenched around the ring, peeled them back, held out her left hand. Yes, because God blessed me, too, the day you sent me tumbling into the street. At the time, I thought it was an accident. Now I realize it was a blessing in disguise. He slid the ring onto her finger, leaned close, and squawk, 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 squawk. At the rude interruption, Tracy peeked to her left. 2 seagulls stood on the rocks leading down to the water. One of them was very familiar.
Don't tell me Floyd is stalking you.
Michael kept his forehead pressed against hers. With his girlfriend in tow. I can't believe...
Floyd, get over here. Charlie called out the command in a stern tone she'd never heard him use. And bring Gladys. Gladys?
Mirth threaded through Michael's voice. Don't ask me. Floyd never introduced us, she sighed. It's nice of Charlie to try, but seagulls don't... She stopped speaking as the 2 birds flapped into the air and coasted over to the taco stand, where Charlie tossed them a few scraps. Michael turned to watch the scene, too.
That man has a magic touch with everything. But how does he know Floyd's name?
I guess I must have mentioned it to him once. Not that she recalled. But what other explanation could there be? Besides, who cares? The important thing is they're out of our hair.
Right.
He scooted closer.
Where were we?
I think you were about to implement an action plan. She put her arms around his neck.
How are you with public displays of affection?
She did a quick sweep of the waterfront. Floyd and Gladys and Charlie are the only ones around. The birds are busy eating, and not much gets past Charlie anyway.
Good point.
He pulled her close.
But first, any thoughts on a wedding date?
Soon. During the slower season on the farm. I want to have lots of time to devote to us.
An excellent strategy. As for the slow season, he gave her a roguish grin. I think this year's might be a bit livelier than usual. Ready for a preview?
A tingle of excitement zipped through her. More than. They leaned toward each other, meeting halfway. And in the moment before their lips met, in the instant before she lost herself in his kiss, gratitude overflowed in her heart. For while Michael might have been the one who'd set out on a cross-country trek seeking answers, she too had finished a journey. She too had found a new beginning. She too had come home. Right here in Hope Harbor.